Chat, chat, chat. Four more bodatas. 15 seconds. Hey, Puma. Oh, shit. What's this button do? Okay. Hey, Rev. My counter is working again? How do you know it's working? Do you know how many subs I have? It is working though. I figured it out. It has duplicated the files in like multiple locations. So the fuck are you? Spawn a garden that creates a fruit every 15 seconds. What? Rev Banger, thank you for the 38 gift subs. Look at my little garden! No, it's just an update. Someone said it was in. There might be a beta branch update option. This is not that though. Oh, I don't know why I did in that order. I'm not sure coupon's even worth my effort. Updated, yeah, this is just the game. I don't know if there's anything else on a beta branch or not. Thank you again, Red Banger. Sorry, I was distracted by text messages. Didn't have the new stuff. Interesting, because I think it said, oh, yesterday I think is when the update went, so you must have just missed it. Oh, I did this thing again where I didn't buy enough weapons. It's fine. It's wave 4. I got a damn fruit tree. Growing my own fruit. Like some kind of hippie. That's what hippies do. Farm fruit. Well-known fact. Listen, chat. We're gonna have to have a talk at some point here. Not yet, but at some point. I can't confirm or deny a goddamn thing. What is this character's bonuses? Nothing else, okay. Am I dating? No. No. I don't have any mods left. But shielding for the 18 months, why are you talking? Because I was texting and like, I feel like you can all, even though you're all oblivious to fucking everything I'm doing, I feel like you all know everything that's going on. 2 people subbed earlier when I was sitting here playing League, and like, I immediately got anxiety. So here's the deal, alright? There's nothing going on with me in the waitress chat. We talk, that's it. I almost talked about it last night, but it's a dangerous subject, alright? It's an incredibly dangerous subject. I'm texting again, and you're judging me. Nobody texts me this hour. Sorry, it's not normal. There's more to the story that I'm not sharing, and that's the someday we'll have to have a talk. I'm just. You do know who has my attention. It's Valentine's Day. What do you want from me? Speaking to a woman and pretending like it matters. It doesn't, but I can pretend. I don't drink. So good luck with that. And not like just
say I don't drink. I don't. Never. My entire life. I don't drink. Everybody always thinks they're gonna be the one, though, to persuade me. Or if you're my parents, you think that every bad thing that happens in my life is gonna be the one that sends me over the edge and gets me to crack open this bottle of vodka. I'm not... I'm uncomfortable because there's more to the story that I can't discuss with you. Also, like I said last night, it's just weird because this shit's on the internet that anyone can find it, right? I don't mind talking about fucking yanks and things like that, where I put my load, but when it comes to talking about other people that may or may not be watching and I have no idea. I don't tell anybody about my stream for that reason. I don't want them to accidentally mosey in when I'm talking about them. I got with Girl Scouts the other day. I was wearing a sweatshirt that very, very small print had my Twitch name on it. I just got a text message. I have to pause to check it. Chat, I have to. What if it's important? It could be my daughter downstairs saying there's a spider. Could be. We live on a lake. It's very spidery. Wait, it's winter. Shit. The spider defense. No, she knows what I do. I just don't tell people my stream name. Wasn't my daughter. Shut up! I'm only smiling because you're making me uncomfortable. There's no smiles here. I'm upset. I'm angry. It's a fishing lure! What are the... I gotta take it. It's a fishing lure. I don't know what the special enemies are. Another one. He's got the game. They're not good. They're trying to suck me off, Chad. They're trying to suck me off on this, the holiest of days. I don't know why I called this day holy, but it's what came out of my mouth when I was afraid of dying. Imagine what I'd say if I was actually dying. I say so much dumb shit when I'm like fake dying in video games. Oof. Listen, I just want to live. On this, the horniest of days? That would have been better. I'm texting a friend. Hardly even a friend, more like an acquaintance. My friend be upset to hear that? No. I was gonna buy that, but now I'm poor. I won't text that long, most likely. Deal with it. I didn't know it was gonna... I don't want to be a bad friend, though. Acquaintance. It's not gonna get a new mod. For sure not that. Well, maybe someday, but not in the way you're talking. Listen, I'm not ready to discuss it, but maybe... Alright. No. Not. It's the internet. It'll be on here for... Brandland will put it on YouTube. It'll be there forever. And I'm never gonna remember to message him and say don't. I'm not gonna make him work and edit it out. Alright, fuck it, chat. So here's the deal, right? I can't tell you that you're gonna judge me so hard. I'm judging myself. That's really what it is. When I'm like this, it's because inside is the fucking guilt and anxiety of sharing it with you, the internet. I feel like at least one of you should just make the assumption for me. And then I'd be like, unable to hide the truth. But none of you are doing a good job at it, so. Oh, got indies here? Shut up, chat. Shh. Shh. I am not, Ekba. Yes, I am. I don't want to... All right, chat. I'm trying very... Indy's here. She has a brain, unlike the rest of you. No offense, but, you know. There's... something unique about this situation that I don't want to share with the internet for fear of judgment. It's the waitress. Why would I care about that? No, if waitress was a man, I'd be thrilled, dude. You know how many blowjobs I'd get if I could just switch teams? Jesus Christ, chat. I wouldn't even know. See, the fact that none of you have even guessed it makes me realize it's just that it's not good. Any of you seen the movie Taken? Just out of curiosity. Just random question. Just... yeah, okay. See what I mean? They can't... even if I fucking, like, set it on a platter, they still can't. Anyway, back to the game. -10 damage, -10 damage and standing still. That's cute. She has a certain set of skills. An excellent waitress. Anyway, yeah, so like, we started talking when things were different, and I need to stop talking. It's nothing. We really aren't saying anything. We really aren't. Like, there's the least amount of flirting possible. It's just conversation. But take it. Off limits. And I don't want to be that guy. So I'm not being that guy beyond conversation on Valentine's Day. Like, that still makes me feel gross. That's the problem with the situation. That's what I'm avoiding here. I don't want to... I've been on the other side of that. Y'all know, just recently. Well, I guess it's not recent anymore. Recent to an old man. Not married. Just taken. And I got like, yeah. Like I said, it's the least horny, most just chat, talking, conversation. No peg leg, unfortunate. You said I would judge you for what I just said is judge-worthy. Meh. See, this is the problem with the world. I hate people like that. I hate people like that. I wouldn't hate it if it weren't for the fact that, like... Now, this is the part of the conversation that I don't want to air on the internet, because if I'm wrong, embarrassing, but it feels like if there wasn't a man, this conversation would have gone a completely different direction a long time ago. Oh, wow. Like, we're dancing around flirting as hard as you can. Let's put it that way. That's what makes me feel uncomfortable. Thinks it's very bad, but doing it. Yeah, I know. I mean, I think vaping is bad, and I'm gonna suck the shit out of this thing tonight. You know what? Oh yeah. I'm not thinking about all that shit. Just the being a jerk part. And that's really, it's not really like in a healthy, happy relationship. What we're doing would be totally acceptable. And I have that relationship with like fucking dozens of other women because kids, parents, school, activities, Girl Scouts, cheerleading. The who? Boom, boom. Good evening, Ziara. Whatever. Like, I don't. If none of you are offended by it, that's fine. I guess I can feel better. A little bit that I didn't. I don't know if I can brave another one of these. I'm offended by it though, because like I said, I really did just have to deal with that exact thing when Kim and I ended. So it certainly doesn't help a rocky relationship to be. Why am I still locked on this? I didn't even realize I was, because chat's got me all flustered. Like I said, if I knew they were like thrilled and super happy and good to go, I wouldn't feel guilty about texting like we're texting about. It's just, you know. But I'm also not gonna be a jerk and just not respond. Like, that'd be mean. You know? You don't wanna be a jerk? Be rude. Oh, I know they're not. And even that one, like, hard to be friends. I actually just said that to her not long ago, because, like, hard to be friends with somebody of the opposite sex. And, like, not, because I'm not going to bash the dude. Absolutely not going to do that. You know, like, wow. Why are they making dodging so good? There's, like, no negative to that. But yeah, like, so if she wants to bitch about him, like, I gotta just kind of step back. I can't really say anything. Right? I mean, I could. And I think that, so that's how those, in my mind, that's how that shit works. Like, that's how it becomes bad, right? You sit around fucking being a sounding board for a bad relationship, telling them they deserve better over and over and over and over and over and over. You know, that's kind of fucked. Not doing that. Anyway, where's Indy? Indy, what do you judge me on a scale of 1 to 10? 1 being the worst human on Earth, 10 being, you know, me. You. Oh, thanks. My poker face? I have no poker face. Yeah, Indy. Well, and like, fuck it. I'll throw the kicker down. She cute as hell. So, I have to be very careful because, of course, my horny brain I know how to drive a damn conversation in the direction I want it to go that could be beneficial for me and not. I know how to manipulate a conversation. I'm not going to pretend like I don't. So, you know, it's a fucking... It's a scary area. I'm treading in some dangerous waters and trying really hard to... be the best. Like no one ever was. No, absolutely. Well, yeah. We're going to disagree on that one, Indy. I've changed my mind. I'm good with whatever, honestly. You know? I'll take my 7 minutes in heaven. I am a romantic. I also said I can't fuck someone unless I feel like there's something there that could go somewhere, that could matter. Now, does that mean I won't also fuck somebody that I recognize there's a fucking glaring amount of red flags? No. As long as there's a couple of good ones, a couple of green flags for go. Or some blueberry cobbler. They do have pie. It is that kind of diner. I ain't gonna tell a motherfucker to go to therapy. That shit costs money. And unlike chat, I don't suggest incredibly expensive things to people. What, you need a house? Just buy one. Everyone knows therapy exists. Everyone's aware of therapy. I don't know. I would never recommend therapy to like anybody. It feels very rude and unnecessary to say. It really is like everyone is very aware of it and the pros of it. I'm not talking to a fucking 63-year-old man who thinks therapy's emasculating or something, right? Like. Yeah, that's exactly what it sounds like, right, Delora? To me, if you were to suggest therapy to somebody, that's basically what you're saying, right? Like, have you thought about just getting your shit together? And real life isn't that black and white, right? Like, as someone, again, who just is coming off all that shit, I spent fucking 8 years with somebody where, like, our relationship wasn't that bad as far as we still get along to this day, right? We fucking share a home gym. We get along fine. We just weren't happy together in a relationship and never could figure it out. Therapy and all other attempts to try for the sake of our kids and stuff. So, like, I don't know. I just think everybody's got... When it comes to something that personal, there's only person who can really make those decisions is them. You can be there to listen, but you can't really give big advice, right? I am not. They aren't talking about it to get big advice. At least that's how I felt throughout it all. Even throughout the whole relationship, like the amount of people that told you just got to put your foot down and stop dealing with that. Stop accepting that. Like that again. That all sounds fun and dandy, fine and dandy, but life isn't that black and white. It's not that simple to just say. To just always have an answer. There is not always a good answer. The hard reality I've had to accept a lot the last 3 years is that there frequently is just not a perfect answer. I should say a perfect answer. And then it's down to the individual to try to figure out what answer best suits them. And that can be very difficult and time consuming. Neither Kim nor I would have spent as long together as we did had either of us been able to just fucking pull the trigger and make a decision. Anyway, this was more fun conversation before this, when I just felt like a naughty boy. Like when I wore my fucking leopard print banana hammock out and about the other day. Felt so dirty. Felt like a little pervert. Nobody knew I was wearing it, but I still felt dirty. No. That should set my Twitter feed in like 2 days. You're welcome. Some people have it framed on their wall. Just saying, you could have done that and really shown your support. It's actually super comfortable. It's not really a banana hammock either. It's just a nice brief, but it's so comfortable. I did have body pillows. I still have some. Yeah, I ran out of laundry. And it was the last pair of underwear in the drawer. I kept them just because they're funny, but it's like the third time I've done this. Because, you know, I'm a bad adult. But adulting's hard, so I don't even feel guilty. I bet I'd make money off that right there. Commando too uncomfortable? None of my clothes fit me. So Commando's dangerous. Did I kill you in 15 seconds? Apparently not. I haven't even attempted to go Commando. I kind of forgot it was an option. But I've had this, like, weight swing going on for the last few years. So, like, my pants vary from 28 to 32, and none of them fit me. I hate belts, so I'd rather just wear underwear and occasionally have saggy pants with my underwear showing than wear a belt. Am I the only person that has this, like, serious distaste for belts? They make me have to poop. Is that weird? Oh, chat, you're here. I'm trying to think of something like really deep, but I've got you in my fucking back of my head. I know you're there. It's hard to, to hit the right note. I did not expect to be texting at midnight. I'm very, very sorry. I wouldn't have gone live. I thought the conversation was over. But it's like an important conversation. A friend. I'm texting a friend that happens to be a woman. That's it, chat. We don't gotta make it. I could have just said it like that. The text at midnight. It's not Valentine's Day anymore. It's just a day now. It's just fucking Wednesday or something. I'm not being horny. We're having like a deep, meaningful talk about parenting. Difference between being horny and acting horny. I can be horny and not act on it. I'm fine. I did that. You ask my ex-wife. Like 10 years. I'm well trained thanks to her. I'm like a fucking Jedi master. What are Alice's thoughts? She... So, like... I feel like she knows, but I think it's just me. I think it's in my head. The same way I felt like chat knew. Like, chat's judge... Like, I could have easily been texting this whole time without even mentioning it. I see tons of streamers who text willy fucking nilly and don't react at all. I could have done all that, but instead I, in my head, was like, they fucking know, and then I told you. But so I feel the same way with Alice. Today she looked over and saw I was texting someone, and she leaned in and was like, "Is that?" I'm gonna say Frankie from the restaurant, and I was like, started smiling like I did with you guys, my cheeks coming higher and higher, and then she gave me the worst stink eye I've ever gotten, and yeah. But she's also told me many times I'm not allowed to date. Then she told me I was allowed to date. One of the like saddest nights ever. She fucking was bawling upset about mom getting married and made me promise I would not date until she told me it was okay. And she was like, I don't know, 6, 7 when she said that. So I did, because that's the kind of person I am. But she does also know that this waitress is unavailable. She's aware of that. So I feel like my dorky cheeks rising in guilt definitely. And like, I don't even know if there's a thing here. That's the big ticket. I'm wondering if that's why, Stink. I didn't ask too deeply. Her mother and I had a conversation the other day that we think we need to like give her like the PG sex talk. That she's old enough now and like consumes enough media that's sex adjacent. You know, I'm not talking about the nitty gritty, the birds and the bees conversation yet, but like at least explain the fucking word to her. Because that's the point I'm getting at, is like, I don't get how she would even recognize what I'm doing is bad or a thing. Like, she doesn't have that much relationship experience to like, it's not like mom and dad have dated a ton and had a bunch of problems or been very open with how this shit works or is supposed to work or isn't supposed to work. Which, by the way, that conversation is up to me to have. Thanks, Mom. But she gave me the exclusive right. She's 10. But I'm very honest with her and open with her, and I just feel like there's so many things in life that are driven to that. I mean, even explaining like dangerous situations to her, there's so many of them that are unfortunately because of fucking pedos, and like she's just a smart kid who really doesn't, I don't know, I don't beat around the bush with her too much. I'd rather her understand the why than just because I said so isn't a great answer to me. Why did I think I was gonna buy something there? I don't know about all that, Sheeny, but maybe. She also has friends at school and shit that I know are getting to that age. Like, I'm an assistant leader for the Girl Scout troop, and we do 4th graders and 5th graders, and the 5th grade girls all have fucking boyfriends, and they're all talking about shit that they shouldn't be. And I'd rather her learn at least some of it. Again, I don't want to do the whole bust out a fucking paint and draw some diagrams, because y'all have seen my paint work. It's exquisite. yeah, she also cheers with girls who are in 7th and 8th grade. So yeah, like, I don't know. I just kind of rather her at least understand the... why it's been a secret, all that shit, you know? Why we haven't really discussed it. I don't know how yet is the only reason I haven't done it. I've been having the conversation in my head for like a week and a half now, trying to figure out how I'm going to go about it. It's been a weird one for a long time for me because, like, truly, I don't hide much from my kid unless, you know, important shit. Shit that I think is important that she does not need to know. But as far as, like, fucking, yeah. I know I share a lot with my child that others probably would not. Shit, I still got, I say friends loosely that haven't explained swear words or anything to their kids, you know? Why was that so short? Oh, I'm on endless. Does that not give you credit for beating the character then? I don't think it did. I would have got the pop-up. This isn't a fun endless character. Yeah, I don't want to look at it as the talk, because I don't feel like it'll be the talk. We'll definitely have a more serious one, but... a talk, for sure. Like Sex 101. Not... well, like she's got fucking, you know, a stepbrother who's 13? I mean, that boy's gotta be... I remember being 13. I was horny 24/7. Got in trouble for accidentally getting an erection. Listen. This is endless mode, yeah. I can't do the flip up and tuck. I can do a lot of things with my dick, but that's one that I just cannot accomplish. I have a very, very straight erection. It is just, I'm a T. And I don't know how y'all, well, I do. I've seen enough dicks to know. Some of you got that nice upsweep and a little curve to it. I got a very straight penis. Sorry in advance. Good up, yeah. Yeah, I had a buddy's fucking dick poked him in the belly button when he got hard. I know about the upsweep. Tracksuits. Tracksuits are perfect for you. You can do the flip. I would guess it's not an everybody thing. I can do other things with my erection, like piss. Apparently, a lot of you can't piss comfortably with an erection. I love pissing with an erection. It's more fun. On the top of the toilet? Yeah, no, see, I can point down better than I can point up. That is possible, yeah, yeah. I can piss in the erection, literally do it. Not anymore every morning, because I'm old, but used to. It's the best way to get rid of morning wood. A good piss. Gone right away. It's actually fucking wild. Since so many of you can't do it, I'll share the experience with you. But like, you like literally can piss away your erection in the morning. It's fucking dope. Like you feel it dropping as you unload your bladder. Yeah, Proxy, right? He gets it. Proxy gets it. You can, but you need to spread your legs standing up. I don't want it. I'm curious, but also afraid of the why. What's that do? How's that help? Though, pissing immediately after coming is like the worst. It's just like it's like a second orgasm that you didn't want, and I don't like it at all. You tell me a piss boner is just a different kind of boner? Shut the front door. Maybe that's why I got a special piss boner. No, I can piss with a boner no matter what the scenario is. I've definitely, like, left the bed to go take a piss. This is all wild to you. I have such a crazy brain that, like I was talking about, I always feel like people know exactly what I'm thinking or what is going on at all times to a fault. That I remember one time specifically, I maybe had been gaming a little too hard, and I was quite ripe. And I felt like it was obviously apparent that I was just a stink ball. So, like, in the middle of sex, I just got up and left and went to take a shower. Out of embarrassment, mainly. Like, this is gross. I need a shower. But I didn't feel like I needed to say it. And came back to someone just crying in my bed, and I'm like, whoa, 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 no, I just smelled awful. I thought you knew. It was horrible. So, get up and just go shower. I realize now how it was bad, but I thought we were comfortable enough together that I wouldn't have to, like, worry about. We've done this many times before. I clearly am okay with it. And, like, listen, like, every thrust I could get, I got, like, a whiff of me and was like, I gotta go. I did. I just went to the shower. I didn't want to talk about it. It felt like it was one of those conversations you didn't have to have. Beba, thank you for the 68 months. Y'all were so much less judgmental than I expected you to be about that situation. So funny. See again, in my own head. I'm still a jerk. I stand by my... It is very uncomfortable, Fellord. I'm a dirty person in general. But, like, if there's even the remotest chance... If I think there's even, like, the remotest chance of getting laid... You better believe I'm fucking not only taking a shower, but plucking those little weird hairs that grow out of your shoulder that shouldn't be there. Like everything. My manscaping is on point if I even think there's a chance. Fuck, I went on a trip up north and I was like, dude, I'm going into the fucking the wilds of northern Michigan. Who knows what kind of wonderful lady I might meet up there. Better get manscaped, you know? It was a town of like 84 people. I figured I had decent odds that they'd all already had each other and were sick of it. So the only interest I got was not my cup of tea. Though we did have fun smoking a joint. Ball trimmer? I don't fuck with... Well, I don't get crazy with the balls. Obviously, I'm a decent human being and I work the balls as needed, but oh wow, peacocking. Oh no, I have 2 weapons. Why am I so poor? What's happening? I have 2 weapons. This is fine. But anyway, I don't get serious with the ball trim. I'm very careful on the balls. I've made too many mistakes in that area. I'm dead. Oh, it did count as winning. Sweet. Yeah, I'm a sweaty dude when it comes to my fucking the swamp, you know? I'm swampy. So, nicks in the swamp are dangerous. Start with a minigun. Range damage modifications are increased by 250%. 100% of your range damage are temporarily converted into engineering halfway through a wave. 1 range damage equals 2 engineering. Engineering modification reduced by 75%. Melee damage is fucked. Elemental is fucked. And I start with a minigun. Unlock 3 characters. Yeah, excellent gamer. Gotta wax that shit off? Oof. I tried to laser the like lowest bits of my shaft. The like ring around the shaft. Cause man, if you fucking like take the time to really clean up the lower shaft, your dick looks fucking exceptional. Just, I mean, you gain, it's wild, you know, you might clean up a ½ inch of hair, but you gain like 6 inches of dick. So I tried to laser it, but fuck is it miserable. Oh no, tweezers, Fanraw. I'm a tweezer addict. I pluck everything. Everything. Oh, it's an epic. Masochist. It ain't that bad. You got somebody who grooms you? Dude, you have such great confidence, Fellord. Like, you should be proud of that. I hope you are. I'm proud for you. I don't pluck my entire fucking groin. I don't like to be hairless. I've done that a few times, and every time I look at myself in the mirror and feel like I'm gonna end up on a list. But, you know, for like cleaning up edges and giving a really nice shape, tweezers, baby. Your aunt started waxing her eyebrows. I let a lady wax and trim my eyebrows once because she got like super weird about it. I told this on stream before, but I went in to just get a haircut, and this woman came over that wasn't even cutting my hair, and she's like, "I will wax your eyebrows for free if you'll let me." And I was like, "What?" She's like, "I just really love waxing big, thick men eyebrows." And I'm like, "Whatever, weird lady. Sure, you know, I don't want to take this from you." And so she did and trimmed them. And now I get all these long fucking eyebrow hairs that I got to deal with every once in a while. Sounds hot. She wasn't hot, though. You get those long I blame the woman in the chair, not my old age. Fuck you. You're not supposed to veet anywhere near your groin, are you, Indy? Like, I know that women do, but I'm pretty sure it says don't. They have a specifical? I was good. Uh-huh. Specifical one. Yeah, I don't have a barber. I have a mom from my kid's school that cuts my hair in her kitchen, and we talk about like school drama. She's on the PTA, so. Technically, no should shave down yonder. What the fuck does that mean? What do you... Oh, they're the like real deal old school barber. I tried to go to one of those once, but got uncomfortable and left. You shouldn't trim. Why shouldn't you trim your pay? I'm not talking about shave it, shave it. I personally just buzz that bitch. Give it the Drew Carey. My my buddy's wife bitched to me about the fact that in the whole time they've been together, like 20 years, he hadn't done a goddamn thing with his bush, which made me like incredibly rage. So I like went to him and was like, dude, come on, you gotta, for her sake, you gotta. And then he texts me like 2 days later, you motherfucker, I'm dying. And I was like, what'd you do? He's like, I shaved it all off. And I'm like, oh no. And he works in like a fucking hot, sweaty paper mill. Poor boy. I was like, no, I just meant fucking give her the old trim. So if not trimmed down twice a month. Oh, I like to when I like I said, if I don't think I'm getting laid, dude, I like my bush to be so thick you can't find my penis. Personally. But that's just my thing. That's just my fetish. When your bush gets so thick that you worry, like, can I see that through my jeans? That's when you know it's right where you want it. Oh. I've pulled out my jimmies? What's a jimmy in this situation? I would have thought it was your jimmy. Yeah, it did get an update. You can do both. You can still be comfortable and maintain yourself. Like, I grow these weird little patches of chest hair. I pluck those, you know? Keep it at least clean. I got a nice little Batman symbol up here. But then I grow these, like, weird 2 patches. And I clean those up. The weird shoulder hair? Come on, guys. If you know you got that one black... Unless you have a hairy back, then I don't know what your situation... It's all hairy, whatever. But... Like, in my scenario, I got, like, that one guy who pops up here and one guy who pops up over here. Like, deal with those. Takes 2 seconds. That's what you used to call your pubes. Oh, you yanked out a pube jerking off? Damn, son. I thought I gave a good squeeze, but you're really giving it the old... Huh? I swear to God, there's finger dents in mine. That's why I started jerking off with my other hand. I was like, might as well have ribs on both sides. Yeah, fella. Yeah. Nice. For no one's pleasure. No, but it looks funny. I feel like I know that it's in my head. There's no way that I did that to myself. I don't even jerk off that much. There's no way. But like there's these defined enough that it's like that's right where my hand goes. Maybe I did. That much? I mean even in my teen years, dude, like maybe once a day. Which means skipping days here and there. Like, maybe once a day. I've just never been big on coming a lot. Oh, you're talking creases in your palm. Everyone has... What do you... Rookie... Yeah, I've just never been... I always tell myself I'm going to. I'm like, this is the day, dude. We're going to fucking sit down and have a wank fest. Not anymore, but again, when I was younger. I'm going to sit here and just fucking blast 4 in a row. And then after the first one, I fucking go get some snacks and turn the TV on and forget about what I told myself I was going to do. That's the real reason I'm anti-edging. Let's be honest. I didn't think I had to admit it, but the reality is every time I'm like, yeah, tonight's the night I'm going to jack off for 2 hours, I fucking 7 minutes in, and 5 of that was fucking getting hard finding a good video. I'm like, fuck it, let's just come. Which I'm the complete opposite in bed. Not to like brag, because I don't think it's a brag. I've had more complaints than positives. But like, I just don't care to come during sex. It's the least of my if I want to come, I know how quickly I can get the job done. I've had many complaints though, like I shouldn't say complaints, but comments. I think I had an entire relationship with a woman where I never did. Not once. Why did I lock that? Maybe I just locked that? And not in like the mean, punishing kind of way that some dudes like to brag that like 7 hours. I'm not trying to torture nobody or put somebody into a fucking the hospital, right? I just, you know, don't care to come. It's inconvenient. You make a mess. I don't want that shit in my bed. That's not, it does. I love that people still brag like that though, and act like it's this. Listen, if a woman says it, I'll be like, all right, sure, whatever. If that's what she wanted, fine. But when a dude says it, I'm just like, man, how much, like, did she have an IV drip going? Because how the fuck did you stay hydrated through all that? Why do I feel like something is just locked over here every time? Isn't coming the whole point? No, it's not the whole point. I didn't believe in blue balls either. Everyone that's been watching for a long time knows this. I had never experienced it. I didn't know. I thought it was just a thing dudes told girls so they could come. I genuinely thought y'all were lying. I'd never experienced those like 28, 29. No, maybe a little, right around there. And I didn't even know what I had. Like, I thought I was ill. I was like, oh my god, I'm in so much pain, I can barely walk. My fucking kidneys, it's like the worst. It's agony. And then, like, I still didn't know. So it was like 2 more days of fucking and not coming. It was awful. It was all. If anyone was at that PAX, I don't know if any of those people are around anymore, but like they will remember I spent the entire PAX sitting on a wall outside PAX because I couldn't go anywhere. I couldn't walk. I was in so much pain I couldn't walk. That and I like smoking cigarettes, but like I literally couldn't go in. Yeah, Paper Nut. I think that's fair, and it's not off the table, which is, like I said, why I get more complaints than positives from it. I think you're in the... I get that part of it, for sure. You're in the right... I think you're in the right ballpark. Now, and if they wanted it, that's another story. But, like, if you don't say nothing, then that's on you. I don't give a fuck. How am I supposed to know? Cold skis aim for the 69 months. Cigarettes and RX Energy. God, that was miserable though, dude. For me, it gets all the way into my kidneys, Jimothy. Like it starts in the, so I had dealt with epididymitis, which is what I thought it was, and like I thought it was the worst that I had ever experienced, which is like infection-prone testicles. So I dealt with ball pain before, and that's what I thought it was. but then it like started spreading into my fucking kidneys, and I was literally walking around crunched over like like I just got off a horse. Major hernia. Wow. Where the fuck are the weapons? I was really hoping said person was going to show up in chat so I could have an extra good laugh, but they didn't. Unfortunate. I was supposed to be on antibiotics for 10 years. And like, I still to this day feel like that can't be accurate. But I didn't follow through with it. But I had a 10-year prescription for antibiotics. Which was really convenient because like anytime I was worried I had... No, yeah. But yeah, anytime I was worried that I had like strep throat or anything like that, I could just go get a prescription of antibiotics. So I just didn't remember to bring them that weekend. I was young and maybe misunderstood my doctor. And very uncomfortable because I was a teenager talking about my balls. Anyway. Get STD checked regularly so you don't have problems like me. Unchecked chlamydia. Who knows? Can lead to problems. Dude, I've had so many weird doctor experiences. The fucking doctor that fingered my butt because I told him I slipped a disc at the gym. Like, I genuinely will forever be shocked by that one. Though I'm like grateful that I got that whole prostate exam out of the way, so now I just know like what to expect. It's not that bad. It's whatever. So many men fret about that day. Like, it sucks, but it's over so fast. Silent even 105 months. You have to have all heard this story by now. I've told it. I went into the doctor because I fucking hurt my back. I was squatting heavy weight. My back, ow, I dropped the weight. I waited like 2 weeks. It wasn't getting better. I had this like tingling and burning in my lower back. Felt like I slipped a disc, right? I'd never done it before, but some Google and some research seemed pretty like obvious. Those things, all the symptoms make sense with what you were doing. So I go to the doctor. I'm like, I'm horribly miserable. I sit at a desk all day and sitting down makes my fucking back light on fire. I told him about working out. I told him what was happening when the pain happened. And he looked at me and he's looking at the chart and, does your wife cheat on you? And I went, not that I know of, or she wouldn't be my wife. And he's like, well, you might have an STD. Now, I will say, I did have a history of an unchecked STD pre this. So maybe that was in my chart. I don't know. But just once. Anyway. And I was like, I'm pretty sure I hurt my back working out. And he asked me a few more questions, and he's like, well, I'd like to do a prostate exam just to be sure. And I was like, oh, all right, doc. And yeah, he did a prostate exam. And then whatever the scan is for your back, CT, MRI, whichever one they do, and it's like, oh yeah, it looks like a slipped disc, probably from lifting heavy weight. And I was like, yeah. That's what I thought. But thanks for the finger in the butt, bud. But I was like 22? Did I make it awkward? I mean, maybe. I feel like I gave him a grunt. Like I try to, in all sexual situations, not to be a noisy lad, you know. But I feel like in that scenario, I gave him like, you know. Yeah, it's a real thing, Indy. I like. It's just weird that he didn't trust me. Like I even told him, you know, like I was squatting heavy weight. I even think I threw out whatever the number was at the time, and it was heavy at the time for my body weight. I was being an idiot and young and like going for a fucking 1 rep max. Well, you never. But like, why not start with the thing I suggested before you finger my butt? Anyway, just got it out of the way though. Now I know what to expect, and I only got like what? When do we start getting prostate exams, gentlemen? 40? Yeah, and I will be there, dude. For my 40th birthday, I will have one scheduled. Not because I enjoy them, but because I sure as hell want to keep my prostate healthy. Wait, they don't finger my ass anymore? You wait a minute. You're telling me I learned all about this ass fingering thing and I don't even need to know it? Well, now I'm upset. Who do I contact? A lawyer? That was the unchecked STD thing too. Back in my day, there was 2 STD tests: the Q-tip to the pee hole, So I get into the room and she's like, she pulls out the Q-tip and I'm like, Jesus Christ. She's like, yeah, I just need to swab like the inside edge of your urethra. And I'm like, have you seen my pee hole? It's fucking like a needle. The tiniest urethra on the planet. Hank Hill ain't got nothing on this. And then she tells me to milk it like an udder to like get a little lube going. And I'm like, no, I'm out. Sorry. So yeah, because I was like pretty confident that I'd gotten chlamydia, but like if I had to get that, I didn't want to. That's what you told me. Milk it like an udder, yeah. But now they don't do the Q-tips anymore. They just fucking draw your blood and they test for all the STDs that way. Pee and blood. That's all they need now. They don't gotta fucking swab your dick hole. It never gets any less weird, right? And she wasn't like, it wasn't like, if some 65-year-old woman who looked like she fucking milked cows as a child to feed her family told me to milk it like an udder, you better believe I would have fucking mooed and started yanking, right? Like, but it was like some 28-year-old RN that was like, milk it like an udder. And I'm like, don't talk to me like that, bad woman. And I ran. Yeah, it would have been less worse. Like, just fucking gently stroke your cock, sir, and I'd be like, oh, okay. That I get. Don't... I don't know what I'm doing in this game anymore. I don't want any of these things. I've never milked a cow. This is also America, Fanro. This was a free clinic. We used to have these free STD clinics, and then you know it's in America. Nothing healthcare. They don't like to do anything healthcare free. So maybe it was just low tech. Yeah, the Q-tip many years. Yeah, it was definitely. We went in as a whole group. Not that we were all concerned about the exact same STD. Me and my girlfriend were, because she knew what she had. She was like, I got chlamydia, been here before. And I'm like, all right, let's go. And then all my buddies were like, dude, if you're going down to the free clinic, I've been wanting to go, but we were all scared idiot kids who, he's scary. So we all went together. It was like 8 of us, and I was the only one who chickened out. Backwater stuff. That's what it was, for sure. And the only reason we all went, Fellord, is because my girlfriend was from California, and like, we do this shit all the time. It's no big deal, guys. Come on, you hillbillies. Let's go down to the free clinic. And we're like, oh, all right, fancy city lady. Yet I was still uncomfortable at the whole udder thing. Yeah, she asked them to milk it like an udder too. There was separate nurses. Other people got asked a different question. It was the same thing when we went to jail. 3 of us went to jail together, and we had to get the full, because it was drug related. We got the full strip search. And we get into the cell, and I'm like, "Did they make you do the bend over and cough?" And my buddy's like, "Yeah." My other buddy's like, "What?" And we're like, "Bend over, spread your cheeks, and cough." And he's like, "No." And I didn't think about it, but he's like 350 pounds. He's like, "They made me squat and shake for 30 seconds." And I was like, "Oh yeah, that probably works better for a man of your stature." They didn't stick anything in me to cavity search me. They just looked in my butthole. And the cough makes... like, you felt what they were doing. I was like, why cough? And then I coughed. I'm like, oh, because that makes your butthole go... you know? When you're bent over and your cheeks are spread and you cough, you give a little poof with a butthole at them. It made sense. Hey, you do it in the military too, Dosh? We're also going in for like an extended stay. Felony charges, extended stay stuff. Probably doesn't happen if you go to the drunk tank. Do they still do the ball and cough thing? I haven't been to like a general health checkup since I was a teenager. Do they still do that? Yeah. They didn't do that on Survivor, and a naked man stuck waterproof matches up his butthole. I had a guy in my cell who had cigarettes, and I have no idea how he got them in there. And the only thing I can imagine is fucking asked him. And he offered me one, and I was like, nah, dude, I'm good. And I really wanted one, but I didn't want a butthole cigarette. So, I'll do a lot of things for nicotine. But smoking a cigarette out of a strange Egyptian man's asshole isn't one of them. Ironically, he was in there for arson. He burned down his own restaurant. Thought the insurance would pay for it. And genuinely acted like he was in the right the whole time. Every time he brought it up, he's like, I just don't get it. Why did I pay for insurance then? I respect a butt smuggle of matches. Somebody on Naked and Afraid recently, they were doing like the long stay, the 60-day stay, ate a bunch of fucking tomatoes the day before and then shit them out knowing, because apparently he does like fucking agriculture in all these weird remote countries, and like you're not even allowed to visit these places if you've eaten these fruits that are like more likely to grow from feces. So anyway, he ate a bunch of fucking tomatoes before he got on his plane, shit them in the dirt, and grew like a dozen tomato plants on Naked and Afraid. He never got any fruit off them, but that sounds like cheating. So I don't think that is, though, because like in a survival situation, thinking about the fact that, dude, I ate a bunch of fucking tomatoes last night, I better take care of where I put this turd just in case, is like survival, you know? Is it like super unlikely to ever be realistic and happen? Yeah, sure. But it's still like survival, you know? Taking into consideration all resources available to you. There was 60 days, Ekba, in the Amazon, and I think he was hoping that he might get like some tiny green tomatoes, and he said that you can eat the vegetation, I think, too, like eat the leaves and shit, worst case scenario. I don't think he ever did, though. Or maybe I never finished the series. I'm not sure. I don't know, dude knew enough about tomatoes that I'd trust him over you, random guy. I'm not gonna eat tomatoes either way, I don't like them. I feel like that time... He already knew that just from his career, though. Like I said, he specifically dealt with like tiny island ecosystems. He visited all these little tiny islands that have very, like New Zealand before humans ruined it, you know? Yeah, but all he did was eat tomatoes. It's not like he'd spent a ton of time on it. He just ate a bunch of tomatoes before he got on the plane and figured, what the hell? I don't know. I don't feel like it was that big of an investment into it. Plus, it's funny. Like, there's, in my opinion, big value in doing something just because it's funny. They're connecting for 62 months. It didn't even pay out. I mean, he grew plants. I don't know if he ate them. I can't confirm or deny if they were ever eaten. He may have made a salad out of it, but... Yeah, and good TV. Like, those 60-day challenges on Naked and Afraid are the only ones I watch, because everyone has now realized the key to Naked and Afraid is to just lay there for 21 days, because the human body can survive that as long as you drink water. You don't need anything else. And wasting calories attempting to get food that you're probably going to fail at is bad. Like, the best strategy is literally to just lay there and do nothing. So the show got really boring, so now they're doing longer challenges where people have to try and eat and... I don't really love Naked and Afraid, but... The only good survival show I think right now is fucking Alone. Alone is wonderful, and if you haven't watched it and have any interest in that shit, it's great. Is there a new? Oh, on Netflix. I've already seen that one then. Unless Netflix actually picked up the show and not just airing an old season. I watched them live back when I had television. I missed TV so bad, dude. Hardest decision of my life. I had to give up TV because I couldn't afford it anymore. But boy, do I miss it. What y'all do with your time? You know, I realize that I realize the answer to that question. Heck, and I thank you for the Prime sub. Yeah, I figured out the answer, chat. I'm sorry. Hulu's doing okay for me for fucking $10 or whatever it is, $13. I don't know. Not the live, not Hulu Live. That's too much money. But regular old Hulu's doing okay for me. And then I have Netflix, and we steal my dad's HBO Max. So, but it's not the same, man. I need to take like 2 years. I was talking with my waitress friend about this. I need to just like take 2 years off television and come back and have just like a juicy buttload of series to watch from beginning to end. 2 years probably isn't enough, but because I feel like I've watched everything. Juicy buttload? I mean, it's a statement that makes sense. Yeah, The Last of Us has been good. Like I said, I've watched everything. It would be pretty unlike, well, no, I shouldn't say that. There's plenty of TV shows I'm sure that y'all could name I haven't watched, but anything that's like even remotely popular. You've all managed to name like 4 shows in a row I haven't watched. Clearly I need to get to work. I like every genre of TV too. Like I can tolerate like every genre of TV except horror. I have no interest in horror or true crime. Oh no, I love drama. Give me drama, give me romance. Teen romance drama? Like now you're fucking... Conversation with Killer. So I just don't... I'm already crazy, as we've been discussing tonight, and you've all been really getting a good glimpse into my stupid brain. I just don't need that. I don't need a conversation with a killer. Would only fuck me up even further. Speaking of, I didn't look into fucking any of the MSU stuff this morning. I should have. That's my backyard. You buy this if I'm planning for the long term. No, don't know what that one is though. So many people devour. Dude, true crime is just like, I mean, it's reality TV of the early 2000s. Yeah, when I was a kid, my grandma was like bitching. I was like a teenager, and I think I had a girl over something, but we were talking about a horror movie we just watched, and my grandma like started bitching about like, I don't know why anyone would want to just put those kind of thoughts in their fucking head. You wonder why everyone's afraid of the dark and stuff like that. And like, it just hit me. I was like, you know what, Grandma? Even though I'm a teenager and I'll never admit it to your face, like, I kind of feel what you're putting down here. And so I consume more dark, twisted shit than is good for me, I'm sure, but I do avoid like straight up horror just entirely. And I feel like a lot of the crime drama would be the same shit for me. Like, why do I need to know about any more about sickos than I already do? Piercing for the whoop whoop, I was gonna say. That's it. That's honestly what I'm gonna say. Thank you for the whoop whoop. My juggalo brother. I can't believe so many of you thought I was dating, like not dating, talking to like a fucking 18-year-old. I'm appalled and disgusted. You had some fucking wild theories there that really turned me into a scumbag. I think it is like the worst. Okay, not obviously not the worst, but like there are just things. I think it's like the worst for me. The other things are unacceptable, and there's no way I'd be laughing about them considering saying them aloud on the internet, right? I murdered someone. I didn't, FBI. That was just watch the VOD. It is bad. Oh, fuck. This is what's wrong with the world. And this is why I have trust issues, because y'all are like, oh, it's no big deal, whatever. I can't do the math here. I did it. Yeah, but I wouldn't, like... I don't want to say I wouldn't admit to breaking the fucking law, because then it sounds like I might be breaking the fucking law. But anyway, you get my point, right? I would never have even... Trust me, if I had secrets like that, y'all wouldn't hear them. I know I've got, like, no filter, but... And the whole edit out the VOD thing is I just don't want them to see it. That's it. I don't want them and or him to see it. It all makes perfect sense. You guys just twisted it. Too much true crime. That's what it was. You thought I was gonna tell you I had a fucking body in the freezer in my fucking storage unit. She's in a hole out back. Visit her after the stream. I told you I'm crazy. I'm the kind of guy that legitimately won't jack off at his own computer because I'm afraid you fuckers will tune in. I do not jack off here. It's not like just something I say as a joke. I don't do it. I don't have a storage unit. I don't think so. If I do, they've fucking auctioned it off by now. Oh my god, I forgot about that, Indy. When I knocked myself out jerking off. Oh, that was a winner. That was a winner moment. And like, people didn't believe how fucking shit my marriage was when I'm like jacking off and knocking myself out in a bathroom. I remember when I came back and told everyone, oh yeah, my wife left, and everyone was like, what? No way. And I'm like, dude, I've been literally telling you guys for years that she hates me and it's gonna leave any day now. The internet never believes me. Forgot about that? Probably from the, like, I don't think about it regularly. It's not like every time I jack off, I'm afraid I'm gonna do it again. That cabinet's gone. I sold that house. Someone else lives there. I wonder if the cabinet's still there. The memories. It was like 6 years ago. This is 5 years on the lake. So yeah, it was like 6 years ago. Depth perception for taxes is key. A little late there, bag. Oh, I'm supposed to do my taxes, aren't I? Ugh. Oh, I can't afford that yet. That's fine. We'll buy it next round. No, I was jerking off on the toilet and thought somebody had come home, so I jumped up and in like one fell swoop, jumping to pull up my pants in like a panic, hide yourself moment, I banged my top of my head on a cabinet that was poorly placed too close to my toilet. And then just knocked myself unconscious. It's the only time I've been knocked unconscious. Which, you know, pretty good one. I feel like you guys are really underestimating the level of paranoia I have. That, like, you think I would ever jack off in a situation where I thought I could get caught? I'm fucking bonkers. Like, just batshit crazy. I've been telling you for years. That could be fun on the Infinite. To smoke weed. I've been smoking more weed. Not like every day or anything, but you know, I partake here and there. The problem I have with weed is I want to smoke cigarettes every time I smoke weed. I'd probably smoke more weed if not for that. And I'm poor. But like, weed's free. That's not really the big part. It really is the cigarettes. I find myself just smoking for the sake of smoking. Oh, I did get high when you were here, Brandland. Wasn't it an awful experience? I also smoke so little marijuana that when I do get high, I'm like first time stoner every single time. I did not finish all the danger levels with all the characters. I did until these new ones came out. I threatened you with a hatchet? Did I cuddle you afterwards? Because I usually just like to cuddle when I'm high, not threaten people with a hatchet. You want me to smoke more weed, Lackert? See? Took my paranoia to a level of I was going to hatchet Brandland. I might have cuddled Cobalt. Does he admit that yet? Not the cuddling. We're not talking about cuddling here. I feel like but I don't want to offend him. Yeah, like that's the weird part with it was I think that like the only time he's like openly done it was on Nerds vs. Nature, which was so funny to me because he was just like, I'm not gonna go without weed that long. Like I don't care if my stream knows. And just it went from like he was gonna hide it to just sitting in front of the camera for like 2 days, just fucking blunt after blunt. But it was many years of working with Cobalt and not like the amount of fucking his viewers that would get so shitty with me and send me messages about my smoking around him that he'd wake up every morning coughing. And then like I didn't want to air his dirty little secret. Like that's not on me. He has said on streaming so and like again, I don't like to share other people's laundry too much, but the only reason he like kind of kept it a secret, one, there's state issues, and two, he had like some viewers get really offended when they found out. Like he thought they were friends and like didn't have to hide it anymore, and got really shitty with him about it. So I understood he's been around a long time. I understood his concern of making it public knowledge, but it left me in a very funny position a lot. And every time we got high together, we couldn't talk about it, which was extra sad. We got so fucking high one time, dude. Oh my god. It's one of those things that in my mind is just the funniest, but I don't think I could tell the story and do it it wouldn't even be funny at all. It's the first time we were in Seattle together, so weed was legal and we went to one of those fancy pot shops, and me, him, and Pause Unpause bought some fucking, I don't know, it's called like God's Dick, giant sugar leaf blunt. And just, it was like, supposed to be like 8 of us smoking, but like 7 guys took one hit, and then it was just me, Cobalt, and Pause until we finished the goddamn thing. But I remember we were at the Nerd Fusion office, and it was like 3 flights of stairs. And Cobalt starts like running up the stairs in a hurry, and I go running past him, and like in my stoned mind, we were going 0 miles an hour. Like we were barely moving, but as I'm passing Cobalt, he looks up at me and he's like, "You're so fast." And I get to the top of the stairs and I just sit down and I couldn't move. I couldn't talk. They put me into an office chair and just rolled me around the office all night. It was a wild day. Oh, then I went to PAX the next day, and I was still high. I was high the next day. So again, I spent a day sitting on a wall outside PAX. Couldn't fucking talk to anybody. Couldn't do anything because I was still high. That's the only time I've ever gone to sleep and woke up still stoned. There were so many streamers like that though, man, that like didn't admit they smoked cigarettes or pot. As much as everyone gave me flack about being the smoking man on Twitch, the minute I'd get to a fucking Twitch party and they'd get a beer in them, it was, "Hey Richard, can I have a cigarette, man? Hey Richard, can I have a..." Fuck you guys, man. Bastards. I gotta beat this one. It doesn't even seem hard. There was, back in the day, there was like a really bad Adderall problem on Twitch. I don't know if it still exists because I don't talk to anyone anymore, but there was such a bad Adderall problem. Like, they were handing them out at events and everything. Yeah, I mean, even that one, like, again, I'm not trying to name names, but yeah, like, everyone knew, and not only knew, but partook in that one, specifically Delaroth. That's the fucked up part, man, like, and, like, yeah, again, it's a tough area, because... in the Smash Melee scene, yeah. But those fucking conventions, dude, it's party till 4 a.m. and then you're up at fucking 8 or 9 to be back at the convention center and be there all day doing interviews and autographs and handshakes and shit, and like... Or you're like me and you just show up at noon and apologize later. Yeah, the transition from cocaine to fucking Adderall. I wonder, I can't imagine the price tags on some of that shit. When I was up north, there was a dude fucking buying, what did they replace Vicodin with? Norcos. I didn't even think Norcos were a fucking opiate. He was buying Norcos for something stupid, like $6-8 a piece. It's like, are you kidding me? Well, it's just weird because the quality the quality of the drug has gone down, right? Like Vicodin, we're better than Norcos by far. Couldn't give Norcos away back in my days of drug dealing. And Vicodin were only like a fucking $1.50 a piece when I was a bad boy. The only real expensive prescription drug when I was a kid was fucking Oxys. They'd get crazy, dude. Like 60, 80 bucks a pill, depending on the Oxy. Though I think even with insurance, they were like crazy money like that too. Yeah, $1 a milligram, exactly. Which, like, again, not to advocate drugs or whatever I'm doing here, but like the saddest part was that was how I went from weed to some prescription pills to when people couldn't afford Oxy, they would just buy heroin. Looking back, you know, ouch. And those were never like kids or people my age. That was fucking grown-ass construction workers and shit that would run out of Oxy and then buy heroin from it. The prescription epidemic is fucking unreal. Though it seems like it's getting a little better, but I don't know. Based on that information about... It might just be the same. Different names in the same, I don't know. Fentanyl is, yeah, a whole nother level of fucked though, and I don't think nearly as popular as the media makes it out to be. I don't know this for sure because I'm so far away from that life anymore, but my understanding is that it's blown out of proportion in the sense that like nobody's really looking for it. Yeah, bad cuts and stuff is what I hear most of it, is people thinking they can add it to something else and profit off of that, and instead they kill their customers. But not like people are out actively trying to buy it. No, it's definitely changed a lot over the years. I mean, all of it has changed a lot over the years. But I mean, I remember working at the Harley shop, every motherfucker that came in there was on Percocets or Oxycontin because they were old and they had bad backs. And that's not the case anymore. They definitely aren't prescribing those heavy-hitting opioids like they were to just everybody in pain. I don't know if that means there's a fucking problem with people out there not getting the treatment and or pain relief they need either, but for those that don't know, I've never really drank, never really drugged, like smoked some weed, that's it. And all the drugs that I was around, I never did shit. But pain pills when I needed them and don't have insurance, so I did frequently acquire them off the street. And I took a Percocet once, and I will say that was the only drug I've ever taken where I went, oh, I understand how human beings get addicted to drugs. I fucking had pains leave my body that I didn't even know were there. As an MA getting any pain, is it? Yeah. Well, that's why I couldn't believe someone was buying Norcos, because I thought that was the big thing about Norcos, was it was a non-narcotic. Like, it didn't have, like, any real narcotic effects. I don't think I'm using narcotic quite correctly, but you know what I mean. Non-opioid, yeah. Narcotic. Yeah, unfortunately, the majority of my friends ended up heroin addicts and ruined. Yeah, that's screwed up. When things work too good, that's it, right? That was me with the Percocet. It was like I just wanted my tooth pain to go away, but all of a sudden I feel like I could literally lift the world on my shoulders. I'm like, that's scary. That's a scary feeling. I want to be a little bit miserable, you know? And going back to streamers that struggled with those problems, man, when I really don't see it as much as I used to, but when I know that there was so many streamers in the Adderall game, that was part of it too, man. When they were doing 37-hour streams and people were sitting in there cheering them on, yeah, go, 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 you start to get this association, right, of fucking... that hype happens because of these drugs. That's the success ticket, right? Like, that becomes the key. And that was the gross part to me, is, and where, like, even earlier when I was joking around with chat, like not doing a great job with reading between the lines with streamers, or like looking a little bit deeper than what they're seeing right directly in front of them. I think a lot of them just don't want to, because like, who cares? But when a person's been streaming for fucking 30 hours without sleeping, you should be worried. You should be concerned. But I think chats have gotten a lot better about that even. I think that mentality of streaming is going away, at least in my neck of the woods. It might still be happening, and you know, there's probably thousands and thousands of new partners that I have no idea exist. Whole new groups of people. We used to be a small enough crew that we kind of knew of everybody. Besides the esports guys were kind of always their own There were a few crossovers, but not a lot. They were kind of their own world. Because they didn't really want to do the stream thing. They wanted to... Oh my god. Yeah, Lacquered. I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant. I mean, not that you're saying it isn't an issue. It's just the way it's worded and the way it's addressed, as if it's this ongoing problem that hasn't evolved and changed, and the fault was never placed correctly either. Even if you have the ability, it's unhealthy, right? Like, it shouldn't be something you cheer for. You should never, like, and once in a blue moon, whatever, somebody wants, like, I do it. I push myself 16 hours and stuff once in a blue moon, right? Like, not in a while now, but, you know, it's unhealthy. And it's not something we should be cheering on. IMO. Oh, so you heal and kill things. But you can only... that's kind of a weird one, huh? But what if garden prunes? Well, yeah, like... Definitely shouldn't want your favorite streamer to fucking blood clot in front of you because they sat in a chair for 30 hours because they can. We did take breaks to sleep. And probably, you know what? I was thinking about this the other day. Probably the most, like, of all the things I've talked about where chat's been like, that's kind of gay, Richard, probably the gayest thing, like, for me, the thing that felt the gayest in my life was crawling into Cobalt's warm bed after he just got out of it. And knowing he was just in there naked. But there's just something about being, like, in another man's body heat that just makes you uncomfortable and really feel like you're sharing something with him, you know? I hope you don't know, but I know. I know. My relationships with, like, all broadcasters currently are just kind of dead. I was a real fucking piece of work for a lot of years with divorce and all that shit. And, like, I've tried to word it nicely, but, like, yeah, I just don't really have a lot of friends left on Twitch. Kind of burned all my bridges by just being unavailable. I know a lot of people would love me to do co-op with a lot of other people, but they've, like, all moved on and made new friends and replaced me. So, sorry, but I'm not. I would love to do co-op with all kinds of people and love to get back there someday, but I feel like I gotta earn it back to a degree, or find new friends. One of the two. It's on my list of things to accomplish. I can't fault anybody, right, for, like, you know, I was pretty unavailable, so I can't really fault anybody for pulling the plug on me. I also don't have the value I had, you know, this is a business. I don't have the value. If somebody can stream with somebody a lot bigger than me instead of me, like, I get that. I think I need to just initiate it. I mean, I have. I think you need to trust me when I speak that... I burned some bridges. I have very much asked everyone I know to play Dark and Darker many times. I promise. And I don't want to say that because then I don't want anyone to be mad at somebody for saying no. Or just not saying yes, which is what really happens on Twitch. Nobody says no. That would be mean. To just not saying yes. But yeah, like it's been a hot topic. I know with Dark and Darker, especially lately. Why don't you stream with X, Y, and Z? Because they don't want to. I've made it very clear I want to. And I don't want anyone to give any streamer any flack over that. I have, like I said, I have no ill will or... I totally understand it, honestly. More than anything, I just totally get it. Thank you, Ellie. I appreciate that. No, it's not a lonely thing. It's more just, you know, I get frustrated with the asks of... Or the tells more often of, they're playing, why don't you play with them? As if I'm somehow the magical leader of this group that just gets to make these decisions. And that's just not how it works on Twitch. Or in life. Really, you know. JD, I'm for the 4 months. I would love to play more games with chats. I've thought about this one a lot lately because I saw Bran was playing Dark and Darker and I thought about hitting him up for it. And I still might at some point, Bran, if you're around still. But it's hard, man. It's hard to be like, hey, let me test you out and see if or not I think your personality is something I want to have on my stream or not. I used to sit and fucking TeamSpeak and shit. That's how I met, you know, like Shiverwarp and all those guys that from chat. All those guys being Shiverwarp left. But over the years that I've played games with, because I'd talk to them for a while and be like, yeah, this guy will work. That's the same with the fishing stuff. People frequently don't get why I don't want to stream too much fishing stuff, but I fish with other people, and I don't trust a lot of people on my channel to not just randomly do or say something that I'm going to have to explain or then lie for the rest of my life that I don't fish with that person anymore. It's bad enough watching my own words, let alone another stranger. Not stranger, but you know what I mean. Someone who's unfamiliar with the internet. And like, I got one buddy who I think I trust enough, but it's still one of those deals where I feel like there's gonna be a topic that we just haven't touched on, and he's gonna just all of a sudden go on some lunatic fucking rant about it in the middle of my show. And then not only do I have an issue with chat, the stream, but I got an issue with my friend that I gotta fucking work through. Norris thing with the 85 months. Unfamiliar with the internet in 2023. Yeah, man. Like, there's two parts of the internet, right? Like, or more than that. But I think if you wanted to compare Twitch as the internet to what 90% of the internet calls the internet, it's just, they're nothing alike. I don't care about being good at it more or winning. So I'm not so worried about leveling up. Yeah, people think they know the internet when they talk to me, and it's funny. Then they explain cuckolding to me, and I'm like, really? This is fun. Or furries, my favorite. When they try to explain furries to me, not knowing that, like, I've had insanely in-depth conversation with a lot of different furries. All types of furries. You got your own subcategories, too. Yeah, Delora. It was cute. I mean, it was funny as a friend. No, we were discussing a TV show. Where a man was watching others. I would have said it was more voyeurism than cuckolding, because isn't cuckolding specifically with like permission, consent? Isn't that where it becomes different than voyeurism? But, you know, I didn't want to argue the specifics of weird fetish shit with my friend. How would I know what my name in her phone is? I'm not a fucking stalker. They don't even know about scalies or I wasn't even just getting into those subcategories of furries. I just think there's a wide variety of what each furry is after in their furryverse. You got like the super horny furries. Yeah. You know what? I'm just going to say it. You got the fucking like real deal furries, which I know very, very few. And then you got just like, in my opinion, my judgmental fuck you opinion is you've got a lot of dudes who just found a place on the internet to be horny and have a furry avatar. That's the majority of them. And then there's like a middle ground, and then there's like the fucking furries. No, that's not Delaroth. There is legitimately furries. But that I have explained this a lot before, but that is why like furry to me isn't that like big of a deal. Like it doesn't weird me out as much as fucking cuckolding, and it's because like I get how you get there. Like there really is this giant internet world of being able to fucking hide behind an avatar and be horny, and that's tight, dude. I used to fucking cyber. Probably with some of you as a fucking 17-year-old female in a lesbian AOL chat room. You know, you were probably the other dude on the end. It's very specific. Yeah, whatever. Do you think these kinks are nature or nurture? I don't care. But like gun to my head, nature versus nurture. I guess I wouldn't use like that's a bad way to describe it. I think nature versus nurture personally. But I think it's similar to like I would just talk about where like finding somebody to connect over, even if it's something silly sometimes, is no. Come from somewhere in the end, yeah. I don't think that. I think sexuality in its current state is, and like, offend people or not, I don't care anymore. I do think that like it's a little bit goofy, blown out of proportion due to the fact that like I think us as humans continue to try to like push the bounds with things. I mean, like, listen, y'all love eating ass all that much. Have at it. Go ahead. Not saying I wouldn't do it. Like I would if that's really what you told me you wanted. Whatever. I'm a freak too, but the amount of like dudes I see just thirsty for some asshole is funny to me, you know? Or of other weirder kinks. That was just a very easy target. And I think a lot of it's just like I want to be better than the more open and better than the last generation. And not that there's necessarily anything wrong with it. Like, I don't think I would, like, if I had a problem with it, I would say so. Just don't act like you need to rope me into it. I'm good. And I've said this one before, and like I really believe it. Usually I make it more jokey, but like I'd say it with food too. But like I don't know why I would want to go searching for these kinks. And that is where I would say that I do believe some people truly have them. When I was talking about like truly a furry, there's one person I know in particular that like genuinely fucking nature led him down this weird path. Nature. Anyway, but like I have a tough enough time because I'm already picky, trying to find a partner that I'm satisfied with. And if the only way I could get off was fucking sitting on my head while fucking she fucked me with a lightsaber from the original Star Wars, that would probably make things more difficult. Specifically Luke's lightsaber. Yes. See, I'm exaggerating the thing, but my point is, I think like constantly pushing your bounds with sexuality to find these wild kinks is, especially at fucking 35, it's just gonna make my love life even more impossible if it turns out I've got some weird ass fetish I didn't know about. I'm good. I'm happy. I think sex is great. Why do I need to fucking try 7,000 new things that have been invented since the last time I had sex? I don't. I'm good. I don't need the, I no longer care. I remember the first time I fucked an ass and checking that checkbox off my list when I was a teenager and being all proud of myself. I don't do that anymore. I don't care. I don't want any of that. I don't know. No joy from it. Whoever the other night was in here just fucking bragging about pegging for like 2 hours. I don't want to get there, you know? I'm good. Electrocuted with what he described as a lightsaber. Boy. I did play Peglin, only a few steps away. I don't think that's quite how things work, but... And it maybe is just where I live. I'm trying not to be mean here. Or the fact that I have standards. That's mean. But like, the majority of things that to me I would call, not necessarily fetish, but let's go with exotic. No way in hell. Never gonna happen. Never. Never gonna happen. But my friends that are out there fucking chasing the exotic, I will say the caliber of partner that they're willing to accept seems much, much lower. Not always, though. One of my friends is with one of the most beautiful, amazing, hilarious, lovely human beings on the planet, and they do shit that makes my skin crawl. So not always, but... But it's got, again, not to be mean. I don't think I'm like that good looking. Don't get me wrong. But I'm like, you know, okay. But I think 2023 has got to be the best generation to live in as an ugly person. Because I feel like there is just a lot of sex to be had. Just a ton, you know? I got a friend who's like 43 and a virgin. And he missed it by like 10 years. Because motherfucker's addicted to Second Life. Like, I guarantee you, if he was born 10 years later, he'd have been... He'd be in the hundreds by now. Not bad, Ragnarok. How are you? Because I know guys that are a similar caliber of look and awkward and weird that are 10 years younger and have fucking, they're in an open relationship with like 17 other people. And I'm like, dude, you missed the window. That was it. You were just born a little too early. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. They're fucking in those. Yeah, Fanraw, but are you actively pursuing these communities? Are you giving it your all to get laid? Because back in the day, giving it your all to get laid meant, like, going out to meet people. You don't even got to do that anymore. That character's weird. Or being willing to travel, Norse. Because, I mean, you can... how many of you here have dated online? It is expensive, sure. But, like, people put pussy on that pedestal, you know? There are people that are doing it. I mean, I've dated online. Have I ever dated online where we didn't meet? No. I've always met them, and it was always expensive. Not a very... no, I'm just saying Norse. Well, no, yeah, definitely not an option for everybody. I just think that, like... when I look at my friends who struggled... Again, I'm trying not to, like, diminish the communities and stuff that exist out there and the beliefs that exist out there, because I know that some people are truly a lot of these things that I'm referencing in my head but not willing to say out loud. There still is this obsession and fascination with getting laid that, like, everyone has. It's still very much a thing. Teenager till early 20s, right? And I think about all the effort I put into getting laid, how important it was to me growing up. I think there's just so many more resources available now. No, I'm just not trying to be mean to people, man. Like, I don't want to bash anybody. I really don't. Like, obviously fucking around and joking with furries and stuff is, you know, is whatever, but... like, dude, it's gotta be a great place to fucking get laid. And from every furry I've talked to, it is. If you go searching and spend the effort. But again, when I think about the effort I put into it, it was different effort, but we were out there fucking throwing parties every opportunity we had, trying to find a house that no parents were going to be at, trying to fucking get booze before we could legally buy it. I mean, those were all things we did in the attempt to get laid. A fuck ton of posers started, and that's what I was saying about the furry community, right? Like, I believe that there's a giant majority that are just posers that found a group of horny people to like, I'll say whatever the fuck you want if I'm gonna get laid once in a while, because otherwise I wouldn't have. I think that's relationships in general, though, Norse. As well. I've had... I mentioned this the other night, but lately I've been getting a lot of big talkers. A lot of... and, like, I'm a very simple man, dude. If you want to fucking fuck missionary with the lights off, like, whatever. I'm good. But I've had a lot of big talkers lately. and when the time comes, they got nothing, you know. They starfish, but like they act like they're gonna totally rock my world and be this completely different person that is yeah. And then it's just like no. So I believe that's just the thing in general. People exaggerate and lie and do all kinds of awful shit in the name of sex. Younger generations are having less sex, though. No, I don't believe you. I don't believe it in the slightest. Starfish, lay there like a starfish. Starfish don't do a lot; they just kind of lay there. Which again, I'm not bitching. I'm not the kind of guy who's gonna. You do whatever you want. Just don't lie. I don't like lying. I don't know that I want to date either. I'm debating it really hard. I'm also not sleeping around. I don't care to get laid. I don't know. I'm very afraid of the person I become in a relationship. That's too real, Richard. We're joking and having a good time here. But that's the reality. Exactly, ZS. Like the last relationship I was in, and like that's exactly how I felt. As soon as I started to get well, I was kind of comfortable from the get-go, and I just immediately felt like that same person that I'd been for 10 years that I didn't like, and like it's a hard one to explain to somebody. Like I feel like it made the breakup awful because it's like you didn't really do anything wrong. I just don't want to do this. Yeah, I think it does change me. I don't know if it's just the people I'm with, or I don't know. I don't know what. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have an answer. Or maybe it doesn't change me, but in my mind I have these expectations that I can't live up to, or that they can't live up to. I don't know. But either way, relationships always sound really good until I'm in them, and then I go, ugh, why did I do this? A shot walrus. That's a lot, and dark. Yeah, that shit's tough to look at too, ZS, because like when you look back at things, it's always a different. You always have a different perspective than you did in the moment. You know what I mean? I look back at like 5 or 6 relationships I had that I'm like, that was the one that I should have stuck with, should have committed to, and yeah. In the moment, I didn't feel that way at all. Don't know why. I think I have this problem with wanting a challenge. And then it gets too easy and I lose interest entirely. Then I end up in a challenging relationship where I spend the whole time trying my ass off to make them happy and can't. So, you know, it goes both ways. I'm destined for misery, I think. Which, whatever. Other things in my life are good. I think. So I can figure something out. Gotta be something I could say. Yeah, that I would almost agree with you there, Norris. Like the women that I feel like I've enjoyed the most are the ones that I don't like me, you know, or didn't really like or respect me, which is awful. It's an awful feeling. And then you get somebody that like really loves you, and you're like telling yourself that this is good, this is healthy, you should enjoy this, and you fucking hate it and want to drive your car into a tree, you know? That's me anyway. That's my love life in a nutshell. I don't know that I when I'm gonna drive my car into something, it's a tree. I live in the woods, bro. Yeah. I don't know that I want the chase. But I definitely don't want easy. Because then you don't, I don't know, man. I don't know what it is. I've never, and like I spend a lot of time doing critical thinking on myself here. I really don't have a good answer. No, that was a decent start. I think love is a feeling or a choice. Both. Nice, Whack. We did that like simultaneously. I think you can love both ways. I think you can absolutely just, and I used to say this one more after my marriage ended. But I do believe you can absolutely just decide to love somebody. Some people can, not everybody. Some people can just decide to love someone and that works for them. And they put in the effort day after day and they stay together for fucking ever. I think that is probably the more common. I also think you can learn to love somebody. I believe that has to be possible. Like, that's family, basically, too, in a nutshell. But just loving somebody like naturally without really understanding why. I don't know if it's really love or more like fascination. I don't know. It's still there though. It still exists. It's still that insane attraction beyond just physical. Because even like with friends, right? Maybe it's not everybody, but like I have friends that like I truly am just like, I love this person. I absolutely adore the time I spend with them. They're great. And then I have friends that it's just like, there's nothing to complain about. We get along okay. If they fucking stop talking to me one day, I wouldn't be that upset about it. And not that they do anything bad. They just don't interest me. They don't intrigue me. I'm not... I don't believe... I mean, family isn't chosen. You choose whether or not you continue to speak to your family. Family, just by definition, is not chosen. Never got to do your own thing. I mean, an outsider's perspective, Blade. I don't know if this helps or hurts. I get it. Like, we could all make a marriage work. We could all be married an entire lifetime if we had to. Because, like, why not try that once? So, I mean, I get it. It hurts and sucks and... I don't believe you have to, like... With the family one, though, I don't believe you have to stick by family. Especially distant relatives. And to me, distant is like cousins. Beyond fucking... blood... brothers and... Captain, with 51 months. Yeah, no, I don't think anyone should be submitted to dealing with bad family. It's a choice, man, for sure. Which is what that person meant, whoever that was that I said family isn't a choice. But that's exactly what they meant, that you choose to care about them. But I think family also proves, parents especially also prove, for a lot of us, I know there are people who have written off their parents entirely, and for not always... not for things that I think are worthy of that. I do think family proves as well, though, that, like, history is important to people. It's hard to imagine your life without and things like that, right? Like, history has a lot of value, or at least in the moment you think it does, right? I've been in a lot of relationships, not a lot, I've been in one repeatedly, where, like, every time it's ending, I think, what the fuck am I gonna do without them? And, like, after the fact, it's not that big of a deal. But in that moment, you convince yourself they're a necessary part of your life. They're this massive part of your life that you can't imagine without them. So I do think that there is... Ooh. Something to that tighter family, the parents, the brothers and sisters, the people you grew up with, that it can be a lot harder to let them go. Demon, thank you for the 62 months. Took a lot of time to get there. Yeah, and I'm struggling with my dad right now. Everyone that watches regularly knows that. Me and my dad are in a really weird place, and he doesn't know how to deal with it, and I don't know how to deal with it, so it's making it even more awkward. I love him to death, man. He's, you know, through thick and thin, like, he's... Oh, fuck. He's got a lot of garbage qualities, don't get me wrong. It's just, he's shown up for me when I needed him most, and I will never forgive him or forget that. But yeah, our relationship right now has been really fucked. It's just so awkward now. I hate it. I haven't finished it yet, fam. Or even really done it yet. It's what I want to. I'm not afraid of the dentist or anything. I just financially am fucked, dude. Just so fucked. I'm just in, like, such a fucking awkward spot financially, and I have been for like 3 fucking years now, dude. I'm getting closer and closer to bailing out of it, but just sucks. I hate feeling like it's delaying any progress in my life, but what gives you the drive to keep going when no one's relying on you? I don't know, I have a kid. I genuinely like life. I've been in some real dark shit the last few years, and way worse than I let on. But I like life. And even when I get as low as possible, that's the only thing that keeps me fucking going. How does a dentist relate? Oh, I want to get my teeth fixed, but at the moment is, do I go to the dentist and get my teeth fixed, or do I keep my house out of foreclosure? You know. So until I can get my finances in a better situation where I don't have to make choices like that. And, oh, it's a confidence issue. My teeth are fucked up pretty bad. So it's a confidence issue. It's a big part of why I don't go out actively searching for love. I had one endless run. I don't even know what wave I got to. Not that far. How are your teeth fucked up? Years of drinking nothing but sugar. Or do you mean how bad are they? Pretty bad. I've got 3 that are broken. Luckily not in the front. Well, no, one of them in the front's broken, but you can barely tell. So I guess 4 are broken. That's why I quit sugar. 100%. I was no longer. I'm not gonna invest any more money into fixing my teeth and keep drinking sugar. So I quit sugar entirely. It's been like a year now, but still can't afford to fix my teeth. So. Like holes or crooked? No, broken. Yeah, broken. I have zero money helper, like literally zero. People haven't realized when I say I'm broke, I mean like I have zero money. I have a home that is 1 month from foreclosure. I have no money to spend on anything but attempting to continue to pay off all the debt I accumulated in a marriage that she took none of. But I'm getting there. Things are getting paid off slowly but surely. Yeah, new update. But that's been the problem, right? I've been trying so hard to just get my financial situation stable that everything around me is fucking, not just my body, but everything around me is fucking falling apart too, you know? Life has maintenance costs, and instead I've been spending literally every fucking dollar I have on just paying my bills for a while now. And fishing. A little bit of fishing. I'm not going to pretend like I don't also, every once in a while, just say, fuck it. I'm going to not drive my car into a tree and go fishing today. My kid is fed. Not as many snacks as she deserves. I should have probably just declared bankruptcy and fucking started over, because it's been like fucking 4 years now. I'd be like halfway done. But I keep telling myself I can save it. I can fix it. She's wonderful. She's an amazing child. And I'm not just saying that. She just is truly a wonderful child. Because I'm probably going to end up still, like, fucking it all up, but... you know. I ain't a quitter. I mean, I don't think anything's burning anyway, but whatever. I don't know why I wanted this, because I'm not the character I thought I was. I got my brain all distracted by shit again. It's fine. It's fine. Nobody likes this but me. The worst part with all the financial shit is, like, it's a mix of both, right? It's partly divorce and then partly my handling of it. I'm aware of that. So that's why it's like a shitty topic for me. Why it fucks my head up so bad, man. It's like, I handled it so poorly. Didn't know how to fucking, I don't know. Didn't know how to deal. So badly wanted to be, I mean, be a good dad. Definitely overdid it. You live and you learn, and then you fucking deal with the consequences for the rest of your life. They leave that part out of that. Yeah, I know, Quebec, but like I don't want to avoid the blame. Like I know that I also fucked up, man. Like I got so bad with I wanted to do everything for my daughter and with my daughter and be there more than was truly viable financially. I thought I could squeak it out. Some of it might have just been natural too. Like it's hard to know with the streaming what causes exactly what, but obviously my lack of hours there for quite a while. I mean, I took like almost half a summer off when Kim first left because I didn't know what to do. Besides, it was either take time off or sleep while my 7-year-old daughter was here, or I could have got a babysitter. I didn't want to be that parent that pawned his daughter off on a fucking babysitter, because I felt like that was pretty much my marriage for the last however many years. I worked all fucking night to make as much fucking money as I could to try to make those two happy while all I did was fucking work. Which, not blaming them, blaming myself, like genuinely. No one asked me to do that. That was just at the time, my best solution. Again, we talked about this earlier. There isn't always a perfect answer, but that was my best solution. And as much as people said I was a good dad my whole parenting time that you've been around, I was not a good dad for the first 4 years or so. I was not a very involved or present dad. I worked. When I wasn't working, I was working on things for work and talking with people from work and planning things for work. I'm not a terrible dad, and I'm a much better dad now that I've had to learn how to do it, and I've got a much better work-life balance. I realize all that now. The point is, I tanked my fucking career pretty goddamn hard by going too far in one direction. You can balance it, and I just had to learn it. I had to figure it out. I had to solve it. Keep trying and nothing resolves it. Yeah, like I don't know. I don't like to use any of those silly stereotypes too much, because the reality was I could have tried other things beyond what I was trying that wasn't working too, you know? There was a lot of obvious things I missed the mark on, looking back now. And in reality, we just weren't happy. We never were going to be. We knew that before Alice was born. Now that I can, like, with a clear head, look back at it and see how fucked up it all was. So a lot of mistakes. But, as usual, there's a lot of good things that happened along the way. This whole fucking... Even if my stream died completely tomorrow, I'm gonna try this and it'll probably kill me. I'm very grateful for the ride I got, even if it died tomorrow. It's been an awesome experience. I dropped the momentum. Oh, I disappointed a lot of people and I mean, it's easier to keep an audience than to build an audience. I learned that a long time ago. Unless you fucking continually screw them over. I do believe that through it all, I've tried to do the best that I can. It's me. I'm not you. I'm not somebody else. This is the best I could come up with. Absolutely could have worked harder had I had a different brain and mentality and if I could turn back time with everything I know today, I certainly would have approached it differently. But you don't get to do that. Peacock did pop the fuck off. Exactly, Lacquer. It's funny because I always thought that I was such a happy person even through all that shit. And like in the moment maybe, sure. But I wasn't happy with my situation. I wasn't happy with my life. I wasn't happy with who I was, really. But they were like, I could put on the big, happy, positive attitude. I never let it drag me into into bed for fucking 3 days like I did. After she left. But, I truly like who I am a lot more today than I do then. Which is, again, why I don't know how I feel about having another relationship. Crazy. It's in my head. Should have been a porn star. Come too fast. TikTok porn? Is that a thing? I don't know how this even works, but we're gonna take it. You'd like to think so, Quebec. You're not bashing me. You guys can't. I mean, you can't hurt my feelings, but no, like, yeah, I'd like to think I could do it better, but I have been in at least maybe 2. I don't remember. And I wasn't there yet. I think every day probably a better chance than yesterday. I think I'm just gonna be way pickier than I've ever been in my entire life. And if I don't find someone, so be it. That's probably dangerous. Nah, it's not that bad. Do I still take that if I'm going endless? Oh, I'm not gonna lie. I've got high standards higher standards than I deserve to have for looks, that's for sure. Though in my old age, you know what? It's changing. I'll tell you what, it's not necessarily getting better, it's changing. I'm definitely liking them a little thicker than I used to. That's for sure. My dad warned me of this one, and maybe that's why. Maybe it's just in my head, but my dad warned me of this one. And when he was trying to justify the women he was dating. But the skinny ones just didn't hold up as well. The real issue with my standards is I've lost all my confidence. I used to have confidence of a fucking something incredibly confident. Whatever that would be. What the fuck's incredibly confident? Anyway, but now I have none. So I gotta build that back first. I was cocky, yeah, definitely. All that shit that you can look back on yourself and hate about you. I surround myself with people that were like, you know. I don't want 3 of these. It's hard to look back because in your head it's completely different. I don't know how much of that was intentional, like surrounding myself with people that were less attractive than me, that were less confident than me, always feeling like the big shot in the group, in our group of friends. Yeah, I don't know how much of that is real or just me looking back. Don't you now have the confidence of a man whose butthole stares at him in the mirror? I do have a 6-pack. I look great. But I don't have the confidence in me, my life. I'm 34 now, Lacquer. It's not just being handsome anymore. Now it's like, what's your fucking stock portfolio look like? And then I show him the manila folder that's underneath my fishing tackle in a drawer over there. I got some coupons from Taco Bell. Fuck, I need to use those. I wonder if they've expired already. I went there today, too. Damn it. I thought it was over. I really thought the clock had... I was convinced I was done. I just was waiting for it to end. Those extreme couponers? I did that when it was all the rage for a minute. It's not worth the effort. Yeah, I don't think... I know that, Mitchell. But convincing my brain to not be worried about that shit, right? Like, that's the problem with the social media dating and online dating, too, right? Like, people put their best selves forward. So when I'm scrolling through and I find someone interesting and I start looking at their pictures and it's like they've been to 4 different countries and you know, they look like they have their life together, I go, ugh. No. You know? Just walk past my mountain of laundry. This one's bad, but being a parent has made me realize how much of that shit is fake as well, though. Like, how many fucking parents get done up, dressed up, and try to pretend like they have it all figured out. Because, and I shouldn't ask this, but the first time Alice came over, one of her friends, and told me, like, oh my God, their house was so messy. I couldn't believe it. And I was like, worse than ours? And she's like, way worse. And I was like, wait a minute. But now I can't help myself but like ask, like, how is their house? And then see what she reacts. And it's like everywhere she goes, dude, it's like a disaster. And it makes you feel a little better about yourself. I've been working a little on the side with my buddy in construction. And we built a wall in a basement for a lady at school's house. And she does all these just perfect, happy, combined family photos. Her and this guy got together. They've got like 7 kids between the two of them. Beautiful house on a lake. She's a pharmacist. But their house was like health hazard gross. Like dog shit and cat piss everywhere and just... But you could see this one little corner of the house where all the pictures get taken that they keep clean. And it's like the staging area for life that they share on Facebook. Which is pretty fucking gross. Like, I got cups laying on my desk and cans and clothes by my bed and clothes by the bathroom, like on the bathroom floor from when I took a shower earlier. Like, I mean, that's my messy. You know, some dishes in the sink, that's my messy. But, like, it's not a half-eaten taco in the bed. It's not aged messy. It's not... I'm not worried about my daughter's health messy. I'm gonna grab coffee, actually, while we're just chatting real quick. Thanks for just chatting, Chad. It's been nice. What time is it? Yeah, I don't know. And my house is, like, not set up as a home. Because it's half torn down. So that part has always bugged me, but, like, at least it works. At least it functions, you know? I feel less bad about it when I realize how many people have, like, these perfect $300,000... That's a lot here, by the way. $300,000 open concept, well-built design plan homes that they don't function because they're just sloppy. I grew up that way too, though. That was how our house was, man. Fucking disaster piece. My mom worked fucking forever, and me and my brother didn't give a shit. My mom never really put on the... maybe she did put on more of a facade than I realized. Yeah, she did. She still does, now that I think about it. Everybody does the cleanup before people come over and shit. I mean, that's all normal. But I always post a picture of me and Alice. I sit in the same spot on the couch every time because I'm a dad. That's what dads do. You know, you got your spot. So every time there's a picture of us sitting on the couch together, it's like the exact same spot. And you can like see that the curtains have these little holes in them. And I'm like, I should probably edit that out or something. But like, who cares? I'm a fucking bachelor. I don't care what my curtains look like. They block the sun and do their job. That's what matters to me. I'm big on functionality. No clutter, no decorations. I got no hobbies. I don't have I have a hobby, fishing, but I don't have like any hobbies in the house. No knickknacks, no trinkets and baubles. The classic meme picture of like a bachelor pad that's a bed on the floor and a chair and a TV. That would be how I'd live alone. Anything extra is just there to make a mess. I do need to do dishes. That's my least favorite job in the house. God, my microwave sucks so bad. A minute in the microwave, this coffee's like lukewarm. What kind of sheets do you all use? I don't know. But I don't change them nearly enough. That does sound fantastic. I had a dishwasher. And it was fantastic. Rest in peace, old house. Laundry? I don't do it in a hurry. Because I also just don't think that is good for my clothes. Because I have, like, pants that I prefer. And pants that are fine. And same shirts, sweatshirts, all that shit, right? So, like, I used to do laundry in a hurry. But now I feel like if I do that, I'm just wearing the same fucking 3 pairs of pants and shirts every day because they're my favorite. And not wearing the entirety of my wardrobe. So now I kind of wait until I'm down to wearing my banana hammock from the calendar shoot. And then I do laundry. Yeah, my whole house is still half torn apart, Mord. That's why I can't sell it. That's why I'm fucked. Funny part is I should have just fucking took out a loan and finished my house when I was still making good money. But I was like, I'm gonna wait until I know that I can afford it. But had I just taken out the loan and finished my house, I could have at least sold it. And instead what I've done now is now I'm broke and have a house that nobody wants to buy. Yeah. The seal, I mean, it's sealed up. It's just not, the house doesn't function. It's complicated to explain, but because of the, I ripped the living room off the house, so I have a house with no living room. But yeah, it's the hole has always been a plug. It's a temporary wall that's supposed to have been temporary. Supposed to just be there for the spring. And now it's been there for 3 years. I have no windows on the lake side of my house either, which is nice. Eventually I'll pay it down enough. If I don't lose it, I'll pay it down enough to be able to sell it, right? Property we were something. What was the plan? When I was married, we were building a big addition. We were gonna have another kid. I don't know that I've said that one on stream. But yes, that was the original plan. Big addition and another child. Oh, I had plenty of time to knock her up. Just no opportunity, Lacquer. Yeah, it's because I don't really like to be like the biggest depression sack on the planet, so I usually do things in jest instead, but tonight we're being a little more real. Yeah, I think I have, like, said it at least quickly without focusing on it. It's funny how sometimes I can get things through without, if I don't draw too much attention to them. The problem is that I'm running out of things to sell. I've sold about everything. Down to anyone want a 69 Grand Prix? That's last. That's the last thing I got. Still got a soul? Nobody wants it. I've had that on Craigslist for weeks. It's like my house. The funny part with not selling your house is how fucking cheery realtors still are. Like, just admit. Does it run? It did when I parked it. It was this project my dad and I were gonna do. I feel really guilty selling it, especially because me and my dad are like not in a good place, and I know that, like I mentioned to him the other day, I gotta sell it, and I know that he took it to heart. But like, I don't have a choice. I need the money bad. So it's got fresh paint. It just needs to be put back together. We got it painted at the body shop, and my dad and I were gonna put it back together, and then it was gonna be my car, and we never put it back together. Yeah, I do, right? Which is also in shambles. Spike and tight. And part of the problem with the whole, like, I would just let this house go back to the bank, but if I did that, they'd take my other house. That one pays for itself because my brother lives in it. It doesn't make any money, but it pays for itself at least. Make like $100 a month or something. That's nothing when you're considered wear and tear, but. So I could sell that one. This has been the dilemma. Like, there's just not a perfect plan, so I've kind of just been dragging it out. That was a bad play by my part. I could sell that one and try to fix this one up. Maybe sell this one. I don't think that one would sell for enough to fix this one. So I could sell that one and pay the mortgage down on this and refinance this to have a lower mortgage, but still be stuck in a house that's fucking never going to be fixed. No, Convec, no way. That other house is only worth like 40 grand. It'd be worth like, and it's the same boat, it'd be worth like 80 if it put money into it, but. How much of my house currently needs a complete renovation just because it's a lake house. So in order to sell it, it's pretty much. I'd honestly probably, like, me and my realtor have discussed this one. I'd probably be better off if I sold that house to take that 40 grand and tear this one down and just sell the land. That would be my easiest way to like guarantee I break even and just come out at zero. Like, most likely scenario that I come out at zero. No, it's like a. There's, like I said, there's no living room, so you need at least a decent sized living room, and then fucking the whole thing has to be re-sided, re-roofed. It's 80, 100, probably. And that's actually that's probably low nowadays. Everything's fucking jacked to the moon. It works for Alice and I. As it stands, it works for Alice and I. Is it awkward that you fucking have a kitchen on its own floor in the house? Yeah, it's weird. You gotta fucking carry your groceries down 2 flights of stairs into the basement to the kitchen? Sure. But it functions well enough for me and my daughter. Yeah, and that's been the whole situation. It's just like I don't have... If I had a solution that didn't... None of them end well. So I've just kind of been riding it out as long as I can. And with the hopes that I don't... This is a terrible start. That I don't ride it out too long and end up losing something. And I had a little nest egg, which is what I used to like figure out how to be a single dad and stream at night and get a schedule that kind of works for me like I have had. So like that's how I've been surviving, just on money I had left over. We weren't technically married when she left the last time. I say divorced because it's less complicated than my wife and I got divorced, fucking got back together, I think left again, got back together, I don't know. So she didn't take anything. She took nothing, left everything. So that meant the car payment, the house payment, the fucking, we had a stupid payment on a bed because that was the last thing I did trying to get her to stay was buy a fucking bed. The boat, you know. No, I don't have the boat. I'm down to one small loan that I have that I took when I bought the other house. Just a cash loan down to like 5 grand. So once that's paid off, then I just have my mortgage, which will be tight. I have a small 1991 fishing ski that I got from a friend but that's paid off. I didn't borrow on a 1991 fishing ski. That's my boat that I use for fishing now. I just don't have the pontoon anymore. But I had a loan on it, so it's not like I really made anything when I got rid of it. Come on, Richard. It needs to be fixed in order to sell it, Z3. The house? It needs to be fixed in order to, like, it's getting to the point of disrepair. Like, siding and no windows and, you know, things like that. That needs to be fixed to make it, I think, a sustainable home. But no, I'm trying to get rid of it. I want to be out from under it because I don't want a mortgage. I don't need it. It's just me and my daughter. It doesn't, like I said, we bought this house with much bigger expectations than. We get out of all this, we start in sex sponge. By the time I get out of all of this, I'll be selling everything and moving onto a boat full time. For sure. As soon as Alice moves out, I don't have a home anymore. I'm gonna live on a boat. Boat commune? Nah, give me a riverboat. Just cruise up and down the Mississippi, trading fucking sponge baths for dinner. Oh no, Lacquer. Then I plan to be, like, homeless. I'm just gonna be a bum. An actual bum. Like, you call me? You bum? That'll be me. I will just get by, as we say around these parts. I ain't doing great, but I'm getting by. Or I'll embrace my true calling, which is to find a sugar mama and just accept the fact that I'm no good at being an adult. But I'm, like, moderately handsome. Well, I don't want to admit defeat yet, though. I've talked about this one mom that's like up my fucking ass. She gets drunk and sexts me and stuff, and it's always very funny and awkward. She doesn't have any money, but her parents do, and they just take. I mean, they bought her a brand new truck today, and I definitely thought. They got this beautiful farm, and they're up there, man. Who's gonna run that farm when they die? Not her. She's not responsible enough. Sick row. Listen. You didn't even put in a message there for me to... Can I sell you something? Maybe a kidney, perhaps? I shouldn't say that, because the last time I said that, that's not true. But one of the times I said that, somebody like genuinely wanted a kidney in like a they needed it sort of way, and I felt really bad that I wasn't actually willing to give up a kidney. I also don't think that's how kidneys work, but they convinced me that. Thank you so much, Sick Girl. That's a ton of fucking money. I don't know what to say to. It's huge. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You've all been amazing. It's 9 years. Ads. It just rolled ads. Oh wait, no, it was rolling ads through that. No ads now. I don't know. Ads are happening. Just awkward. Enjoy the stream and have a job. Thank you. Thank you. It's a lot. There's always an awkward guilt for sure. Another part of why I don't like to talk about it too much, because I don't, like, yes, I want your money, but no, I don't want your money, you know? Can we look at them all as, loans that I don't have to pay back unless I want to? Because I'd love to pay you all back. I probably never will pay any of you back, but I'd love to. Some streamers are just really good at taking money. Just like, makes me jealous. I always immediately want to cry, hide in a corner, let my cheeks get red, like earlier when you made fun of me, and refund it. If you get rich enough, sugar mama, I'll pay you all back. That's true too, yeah. Oh my god. Those people need each other. So a donation is what you're saying? Like a donation, but I have the intention of paying you back. Oh, they do ring us in. I have sat idly by and watched it happen, and you'd be shocked at how frequently. I haven't done it this 5 years ago, but 5 years ago, abso-fucking-lutely. Girlfriends and mods, and it was a whole thing. And it works. Many, many, many years ago, I did an interview with Dan Giesling before he was he was a part of NLSS, but as big as a part of an NLSS as he is now. And he told me basically, I compared this job to like pro sports. You know, lots of people want it. Very unlikely you're gonna get it. Super grateful to be here, kind of deal. And he's like, well, if it's like pro sports, why don't you just, you know, do like professional athletes do and just go for the bag? Take every opportunity, every dollar that comes your way. And I should have listened to him. Let me tell you. But fucking morals and whatnot. That guy's Steve, thank you for the 5 months. I missed out on all that good fucking... What was that game selling platform that sold like stolen Russian... I didn't need to, Lacquer. Yeah, G2A. G2A, I passed up all those big bucks. Fucking... The scam gambling one for CSGO, CSGO Lotto. I was like, I don't even play CSGO. They're like, we don't care. I was like... But I didn't need it then. I made enough money. You know? I was good. I didn't want a ton, you know? Fuck off, card. Big crypto scam. Thank you guys. Fuck, man. Appreciate it. That's a ton. A ton. And you've done that. Stop. Ah! The gambling was the most fucked. The gambling was the one that, like, really fucking made me just distance myself from Twitch. Because that introduction was made by fucking people that weren't good, and I realized it then. You're living very comfortably. Well, then I stand by my fuck you. What prevents you from getting some subs right now? You have 500 people on stream. It's not good enough. It isn't. It isn't. My current value is okay. The problem is I'm no longer represented. And I should probably go searching for representation from some fucking scumbag company, but that's exactly the shit I was just talking about, dude. I don't want to have fucking HelloFresh shoved down my throat 7,000 times a day. And fucking Nord Viking, whatever. What's that shit? The hide your IP shit? What is that stuff? NordVPN. I don't want that I don't want that shit shoved down my throat every day. I don't want to promote that shit to you guys. Like, I don't know, man. There's got to be a fucking middle ground. I should, I guess, but... And I do think it affects my viewership. Like, even now I'm doing this stupid ad program that Twitch is promoting, and I do think it affects my viewership, but I can't afford to say no to the bag, right? But at the same time, you don't know how much of the natural bag you'd be giving up if you didn't... if I wasn't running these extra ads. If I wasn't shilling NordVPN. Right? Like, you just don't know... The bag more like not starve, yeah. Like how much fucking... How many mobile games can I stream? I get mobile game sponsorship opportunities every single day, but how many mobile games can I stream for money before it starts hindering my reliable income of the fucking 700 people who stuck it out with me for the last 8 years? It's a scary thing. I don't think it's as easy as people look at it. More than you're doing now, that's for sure. Yeah, that's true. Mobile I don't have a setup for. I wanted to get... I had one, but... I don't anymore. Because I did do a couple. And I don't know, man, like... It's been my whole shtick the whole time. It's how I got here. Like, I just don't want to fucking shill HelloFresh, dude. Sorry to my friends that are, but like... I would rather fucking die on this hill broken alone than fucking... And I hope people like Card Major appreciate that. You know? And that they would rather give me money than having to fucking watch me fuck off and pretend like I like HelloFresh meals. I'm not trying. Don't only shit on HelloFresh because like I recently saw an email for him. I got nothing against it. It's just I don't want to do it, and I don't think anyone really wants to see me unbox HelloFresh. I like Madrinas, the sponsorship with them, and I would never say this with them. They give me more money than I deserve because we've been good friends for a long time. So if you even consider coffee, please try it. They have just beans. You don't gotta buy any of the mixed stuff. I understand the mixed stuff might scare some people, or it's not what you're interested in. But they have just beans that are great, and you should consider it. That's a way to support me and get something in the long run, because they give me more money than I deserve. But they like video games and play video games with me, and we had a fucking hoot last week. I don't even remember what we were talking about, but I know I laughed till my fucking face hurt. I would do a cooking stream, but I would rather cook something I want. There's like literally, unless HelloFresh is sending me fucking plain pasta and grilled cheese, like I'm not eating it. I absolutely hate a healthy, balanced meal. Count me out. Yeah, I always feel so guilty to Quebec because like they never push it too hard, and Alex and I have this just different relationship. I haven't watched a lot of his other streams with other people, but I have seen that they're definitely more coffee oriented than mine and Alex's are. But like, we're just friends, you know, and that's a weird one too because I don't ever want to ask for more, and I'm sure he doesn't deal directly with the dollars anymore, thank God. Rev Banger! Oh wait, I'm not that character anymore. Thank you, thank you, thank you. See, I just need to beg more. That's it. Please, sir. If you all gave me $1, that'd be $506. Think about that. You help a needy child in need. This feels gross. I don't like it. Let's sell HelloFresh instead. I need to just come up. I've been desperately trying to come up with something fun to do. Besides just fucking stream video games. Like for a money thing. You know, like I did the calendar. So I don't think I could succeed at another thing like that. So trying to find something that works for my size audience now. Runtime, thank you for the gift sub. Hilarity, thank you for the gift. The regular 80 months. So maybe it is. It's cook on HelloFresh. I don't know. I've been trying to find something. I miss the good old days where I used to be able to come up with good ways to embarrass myself for money, you know? I want to give you something in return. Say dear, thank you for the survey bits. Those are the best bits. I did cook during the last marathon. I made grilled cheese and eggs or something. Grandlit, thank you for the 300 survey bits. I ate an entire lemon. Do HelloFresh. My daughter's 10. She's less picky than me, but do you think she's eaten much from HelloFresh? Maybe. I don't know. I'll look at it again. But listen. I wasn't trying to shit on HelloFresh. I was just shitting on the idea of shilling products that, one, I don't want. And two, I don't feel like would be fun content. Like Justin, it makes sense. He cooks all the time. Go ahead. Cook. He likes to cook. How exotic do you think it is? Beans. I bet there's beans in like everything. And onions? Dude, how many onions do you think you get in a HelloFresh? Like at least one whole. I had onions in my eggs. Did I tell you guys this? And like I didn't even taste them. And I'm really upset about it. On my fishing trip up north, I don't think I told you guys. On my fishing trip up north, the dude cooked every night, which was weird. We didn't even go out to eat. Anyway, he made eggs with fucking onions in them. And like, I didn't complain because I'm that guy I would just starve instead of complaining. Someone else give me something. Oh, ZS, thank you for the 2 months. The server been a leash the last 8 years. That's okay. If you've subbed ever once in your life, you're amazing. To me. Probably not to like everybody, but anyway, and I didn't taste them, and like, I'm upset. Do I not like? I don't like onions. I didn't like onions. I didn't taste them. And I've been very adamant for a long time about like people be like, you don't even taste them, and then I'd be like, then why do you even put them in the fucking food, dickhole? But so I had onions in the eggs, and I still stand by the why were they in there if I didn't taste them. But I'm confused now about a lot of things. How can they add flavor and not be tasteable? Those two things aren't possible. You can't add a flavor and then say unrecognizable taste. I mean, I've always tasted them before. This was the first. There is science in the fact that in old age, our taste buds just suck. So it might just be that I've come to terms with onions, and now I can just eat more things. Ren, thank you very much. I'm actually only 34, K9, but I said 35 earlier, so I'll let it slide. But it's got to happen eventually. There has to be a point where you just hit, my taste buds changed, and I have decided it might be now. You need to ease off that old age. Listen, most of my family died really young. So, it's old age for me. I'm over halfway there compared to the majority of my family. So, and I'm not taking care of myself. Let me tell you. Who did it? I'm trying to kill this green guy, but you're giving me money. Who did it? That's a lot. Thank you. That's enough. Let's save some for tomorrow. Thank you, anonymous gifter. I don't even know who you are. Charlie, thank you for the gift sub as well. Yeah, I'm not opposed to trying things. Definitely less opposed than I was to. I do it a lot more, especially with a kid, because then, like, together we'll try things. I had a pineapple the other day, chat. I don't know if I told you this either. I never had a pineapple, I don't think. I couldn't remember if I'd ever had a pineapple. Like, I don't think so. It seemed unique. It felt like a new experience for me. I definitely haven't had enough pineapple to remember it, so... in my old age... Sorry again, 37-year-old man. You're young, I'm sure. Your family probably lives to 70 or something. You have plenty of time. I have had a mango. Yeah. You don't remember my story about the Mexican that brought mangoes, blew deer antler in my cat's eye, and saved my cat's eye? It's the whole thing. I had a bunch of mango. He brought us this big giant box of mangoes from Mexico, and we just ate them for like... I ate nothing but mangoes for like a week and a half. I don't remember what they taste like, so it would probably be like... I've never had one again. Never. That was it. Sort of like the pickle thing. I got nothing against pickles as far as I know, but I'm afraid to eat them again. I used to eat them all the time. I don't know why I stopped, and that's what's fucked me up. Is like it went so long that now I'm like, why did I stop eating pickles? There had to have been a reason, right? Maybe, maybe not. And I just don't eat pickles. What's my average diet like a week? So I go to the chat convinced me to go to eat by myself. Which, by the way, chat, I was going to mention this earlier when we were talking about the waitress I'm talking to. This is all your fault. I told her this today. Because I was being all depressy and whiny and complaining about how going to a restaurant alone is weird. And chat's like, just do it, you fucking baby. Maybe you'll meet somebody. Anyway, so I go to the breakfast place. They're open 5 days a week. So I usually go there in the morning because they give me a sweet deal. And I get scrambled eggs with cheese and toast. Every day. Every single day. But it's only $4.50. So like I ain't bitching about that. Like an adult, yeah. And then sometimes I'll add a half order of hash browns if I'm real hungry. Depending on who's working, sometimes I'll go back for lunch and get a sourdough grilled. I just found out I like sourdough. I was in there and I wanted a grilled cheese, and the cook is a friend of mine too, I guess now. And he's like, what kind of bread do you want? I'm like, just whatever. And I don't remember what guy. He started naming off breads, and he's like, sourdough's the best. And I'm like, I don't think I've ever had sourdough. And he's like, what? So he went and made me a half on sourdough and made me a regular one on wheat. And then it turned out like sour. Anyway, so now I get a sourdough grilled cheese for lunch sometimes. Because that's only $3.75 with fries. What a deal, right? Depending on who's working, yeah. And then for dinner, I bet I could name off, let's see, things I eat. Pasta, all different varieties. We don't need to name them all, right? Just pasta shit. Chips and nachos. I added salsa to my nachos. Did I tell you that, chat? Man, I haven't been telling you about all the new things. I bought salsa. Alice saw in the fridge. She's like, who the fuck bought salsa? She didn't say fuck because she's 10 and she's not allowed to swear. And I was like, me, I'm going to eat salsa now. So I got salsa now. So now we do salsa on our nachos. Oh, I did tell you because I complained about how I get salsa everywhere. And I kind of want to go back to no salsa just because, like, the added flavor is cool, but the inconvenience of spilling salsa on shit makes it kind of not worth. Eggs and toast is a dinner regular for me as well. Fish. Grilled cheese is a dinner regular. A tortilla with cheese in the microwave when I don't feel like making a real grilled cheese or I'm out of bread. No vegetables? I do vegetables. When Alice is here, we always do a vegetable. Usually corn, green beans, peas. Those are our top 3. She likes carrots, but I don't feel like carrots. I don't like cooked carrots, so I don't feel like carrots ever fit with a meal. They're a fine snack, but I don't feel like they ever fit with a meal. My diet is 100%, almost 100% cheese, grain, and egg. Yes, I don't really eat meat, except fish every once in a while when I catch it. The problem is our schedule is fucking bonkers, so shit changes all the time too. It just, I feel like thawing out fucking meat or buying meat, not freezing it, I end up fucking wasting too much, so I don't buy much meat. Yeah, I do have a very active kid. So, and then we do some fast food. I try to limit the fast food to 1 time per visit, which is still too much. I know, I'm a bad father, but when your kid has fucking activities on 2 or 3 out of the 3 or 4 days she's here, it's a lot. Today she was in charge. It was Valentine's Day, so I let her be the boss. So today she chose Taco Bell. That was our Valentine's date. I'm like the target audience for HelloFresh. He really is. I don't want it though. That's like, I'm not upset with my diet. That's what... My diet is cheap and I like it. Oh, I ate a lot of pizza. Not as much now that I was getting skinny. I got real skinny. That was fun. Oh, oatmeal. I eat a lot of oatmeal. Dinner oatmeal. I live my life in reverse. So I'll eat oatmeal now. Wait, like before the stream. I guess it's not really in reverse, but right? So I eat... Well, I mix it up, huh? But I always eat breakfast right before bed. So when I go to the breakfast place, it's right before bed. But yeah, sometimes I'll do oatmeal. That's actually true as my first meal of the day, but it's at night, so it always feels weird. Download the app for fast food places and your daughter to save money, by the way. Really? Oh, you mean like their little... Now that they all have the little point system and stuff? But yeah, I think that pretty much covers the gambit of my foods. Nah, there's got to be more in there. Definitely something else I'm missing. It's a lot of pasta dishes, though. Spaghetti, just noodles. We do all different kinds of noodles. Ravioli. I would do lasagnas, but they're too much work. Macaroni. I do a plain oatmeal with nothing in it. Come at me. Cause like I don't need anything else in it. I'm off the sugar. So no brown sugar in my oatmeal. Every once in a while I might throw like a stevia in it. I look like I'd eat plain oat. That's the most offensive thing the internet has ever said to me. I'm gonna ban you forever. There's no better value than the fucking hot and ready. The hot and ready is the pinnacle of value. I don't want to look like I'd eat plain oatmeal. So I quit sugar and I started losing... Sorry, I'm going to play a game again in a minute. I quit sugar and I started losing all this weight. And I was like, that's kind of cool. And then I was like, what if I took it a step further and ate shit like plain oatmeal and eggs all the time and saw just how skinny I could get? And then I went, whoa, this is freaky. I can see my own butthole in the mirror. And then you know you've lost too much weight when you can see your own... You look over the shoulder and there's your butthole looking back at you. No cheeks left. So now I've gone back to eating pretty much normal. I don't hate it. I just don't want... It surprised me. That was the funny part. I was like drying off. I look over the mirror. What the fuck? It was just the brown eye staring at me. I've been trying not to skip leg day, dude, but let me tell you, this man skips leg day all the time. If we get to the point where you're seeing my legs, it's too late. You're fucked. Literally. I'm house sitting for somebody who has 30 chickens. Well, we're actually just pet sitting. So I've got all the eggs I can possibly eat. It's like fucking gold. Oh, you're good, Tesky. Enjoy your league. I'm jealous. I love League. See, I don't get to play it, so I love it. No, dude, I don't have egg farts at all. I have, like, pretty timid farts. I think my body's just adjusted. It's my high egg diet. Every once in a while at the breakfast, I don't always eat the egg. Every once in a while, I'll get an egg sandwich. But I don't like sweet, and I'm not doing sugar. That was really loud. I'm sorry. I kind of exploded out there in high-pitched anxiety. But I don't want to do pancakes or waffles or what. So what else is there if not egg? Oh, asparagus is the shit. I get asparagus all summer when it's in season here. It's my favorite. Asparagus and eggs, dude. God damn, I didn't even mean that. But it's true, I do a lot of asparagus and eggs. Man loves eggs. My farts don't stink that bad. I do not. Is this Piercia? Like regular fart stink. And even then, I would say I have like below average fart stink. Since I quit the sugar, my pee doesn't smell horrible anymore. It doesn't smell like diabetes anymore, which is tight. I get the coffee peas every... I feel like coffee is the one people don't talk about enough that makes your pee smell pretty unenjoyable. Though I drink too much coffee. Coffee's too easy to drink. That's why it's a dangerous thing for me. That's why I like caffeine, or not, I like carbonated beverages. Because they force you to slow down. You can't... I can't just chug a carbonated beverage. I have friends who do. Who buy a fucking Monster and just drink it in like 12 seconds, and I'll drink it all day. Adrenus or regular coffee? So I do their beans is what I drink mostly. So I'm drinking right now. With like cream and a little stevia. But yeah, like warm coffee, regular ass coffee is too easy to just drink and like... It's amazing I sleep. I think it's my ADD, but it's, or whatever they call it nowadays. Is it ADD or ADHD? They got rid of one, right? But, when I go to breakfast, which is right before bed. Now you're gonna judge me a little. That's fine. Go ahead. Fuck you. I usually drink like 3 or 4 cups of coffee, then go home and immediately go to bed. It's all ADHD now, yeah. That's probably too much. The problem with it is, I also don't wake up when I have to pee. So when I do wake up, I'm literally exploding. Yeah, it's probably unhealthy. So I've been trying to cut back a little on my coffee intake before bed, or stay up a little longer and get that shit right out of there. Luckily, I have an amazing bladder. Just, like, they should fucking do studies on it. I think I have the world's strongest, largest bladder. Who? They. Them bladder science folks. I got a bladder worth studying. Yeah, I don't understand how people survive when they have to wake up to pee. That sounds like hell. Nice. Like, how do you go back to sleep after you peed? I don't understand it. Dude, do you ever? I did. I've admitted it many times on stream. I was a terrible child bedwetter. Child bed? But I mean, technically true. Terrible. Like, terrible. And it's because I just don't wake up when I have to pee. I don't know how I ever grew out of it, besides just amassing incredible bladder strength that's never been seen on this planet before, until now, if the bladder scientists would study me. I don't know how old I was when I quit wetting the bed, but too old to wet the bed. And I was so worried my daughter was going to have the same problem, but she doesn't. She's her mother. She pees like 74 times a night. Oh, for those of you who are here for my anger about the peeing in the shower thing, Alice got out of the shower and said, "Dad, I didn't pee in the shower." And I said, "Good, I'm proud of you." And she said, "I peed my pants instead." And I've never been as upset at her in my entire life as I was then. Because it was funny, and she's cute. She didn't actually pee her pants, for those who didn't follow along here, that my daughter was cracking wise. Bloody hand. I'm gonna get bloody. She's got an incredibly quick wit, man. She's a very, very funny kid. She is almost old enough to take over the stream. Welcome the new generation. I really dislike her new teacher, and I need to get in there and just sit down and talk with her. Make her talk to me. She just doesn't communicate with me at all, which a lot of I've had this talk with other parents, and they're like, "Yeah, I'm grateful when a teacher isn't up my ass," and I'm like, I want to know what's going on, everything. But I feel like Alice is not. I don't know why I'm even saying any of this, but excelling as much as she was without the teacher. Like, I don't know what to work on with her, you know. And normally when I I know where she's struggling. Even if struggling isn't the correct, like she's doing well with her peers, you know, compared to her peers. I want her to fucking do well for herself. You know what I mean? Not just compared to her peers. And yeah, it's the first teacher I've had that just like doesn't message me. So I just get to look at these stupid fucking test result things that I don't know how to read. Because they don't just give like regular ass grades anymore. It's all in comparison to your peers. The only time that she's told me my daughter, because I asked at the last conference, I was like, it's my daughter, you know, is there anything that we should work on at home? And tried to explain that situation, that, you know, like, I try to include whatever you guys are working on at school at home so she can excel. And the teacher, like, chuckled and said, well, I guess she's struggling with 4-digit long division. And so Dad immediately, after the call, got out the fucking pad of paper and the Google to remember how to do long division. And Alice and I went over some fucking 4-digit long division, and she was struggling really bad. I'm like, honey, what's going on here? You guys been working on this at school. Why are you struggling so hard? She's like, well, Dad, we just started today. And I was like, oh. That's why the teacher laughed. I was supposed to realize it was a joke. I think she expected Alice would explain it to me. She didn't. Alice did, then still didn't, even after we got started. She just went along with it. I guess fuck it. Me and Dad are learning some 4-digit long division before the rest of the class. I didn't remember long division at all. I had no fucking clue. It took me like 6 minutes to relearn long division. Why do we need that shit? Seems worthless. I don't remember it. It's so weird to me. Teaching second grade was also just a hoot, because like there were so many dumb little things that I did not remember, or we never learned that way. I guess it's possible too. Like, you know, I was thinking there's no way anything in second grade will be surprising to me, but it was like specifically English stuff that I just completely forgot the why words sound the way they do, how they justify English. I don't hate the new methods of learning math. Personally, I understand the why. Now that I'm an adult and I'm not the one stuck in the chair doing it, I get it. I'm like, yeah, like I understand how this is teaching you, because even when I'm joking about long division there, I understand how this is teaching you not just the like whatever they're working on, but future math as well. Like I get it, I understand it. Is it tedious for the kids? Probably, but in the long run, I think it's good. But it sure does make a lot of parents angry that just don't like change. Mathematical process is a great way to put it. It does teach the mathematical process very well, I think. And like I always talk about with school, I think that the part of school that like so many parents just ignore is that they're trying to teach so many kids. Trying to come up with something uniform that works for everybody. And the best way to do that is to break it down in the most because math brain's a wild one. Like, there was a while there where those were going around on Facebook, how people solve different equations in their head, and holy shit is it wild to see how some people math. That's surprising to hear you had up to 32, Indy, considering you're from one of them fancy European countries. I know where you're from. That was believable. You are from... It's like... maybe scan... No, I don't know. I'd be guessing. I was gonna say Denmark, but I think that's wrong. Fuck! You heard the Scandinavian, because I was gonna say Denmark, but instead I was like, I'll drag it out to Scandinavian. Damn it. Thank you. We just went over Scandinavia too recently in chat, so good. Still not sure why you count, but somebody in chat thought Scandinavia was like all of those countries over there and not just a select few on a Scandinavian peninsula. Oh, is that why? Nobody gave me a good reason like that. Because you're like not even the peninsula, you're like a goddamn island. That makes more sense. History. There's history between y'all. You're like mostly an island. I mean, I'm not gonna tell you what your country is. I'm sorry. Be Scandinavian if you want. I support it. I need to Google something, but I feel like you'll know what I'm not you specifically, but chat, the internet will know what I'm Googling. Where the fuck's the Netherlands? Oh, pretty close. That was my second guess. But then I had this moment where I wasn't sure if that was just part of Denmark. The Dutch and the Danes. So we have a Holland in Michigan, and they do like all the dumb Dutch stuff. Sorry, Dutch, you're not dumb, but like windmills and wooden shoes. And let me tell you, that added a whole level of confusion to me growing up about the Dutch and where they were from. I thought they were like the Amish. Just had a cool community on the lake. With some windmills and wood shoes and shit. Where the Balkans were? I got no fucking clue. Are we supposed to know that? Solvang, California. Really? That's cool. Good bakeries? Is it the Dutch ovens? I'm sorry. Do the Dutch call it a Dutch oven? Is it still a Dutch oven? No, a Dutch oven is when you fucking fart under a blanket. These are the Dutch ovens I'm referring to. I know what an actual Dutch oven is. I camp. Call that a Saturday night. That's cool too. Some Amish do. They have like, it's like a mix. It's really weird. It's an Amish guy that hangs out down at the restaurant I go to all the time. But yeah, it depends on where they are. Like, there's a whole bunch of different sects of Amish and like what they do and don't do and how they live and shit. It's not consistent throughout all Amish. Confusing. People bother them like do no. Not really. The other day someone asked a bunch of questions and the dude just kind of ignored them. But I'm really close to Shipshewana, which is like a giant Amish super center where they just absolutely rape Chicago people on all their Amish goods. So most of the Amish are pretty loaded, and they hire what they call Englishmen to drive them around and like have a cell phone and stuff for them because they can't. So she was specifically asking questions about the dude's like chauffeur. They take pretty good care of those guys usually. But he also learned their, whatever their language is. I don't remember what they call it here. They sound like a mafia. There was like a TV show about an Amish mafia. I think it was all fake. I don't really know though. They're also always at our local, or our closest theme park, which is very funny to me. And then people get Amish and Mennonites confused, and it's a whole confusing ass world of neckbeards and bad clothes. I do not know why they don't have a mustache, but I do know that they're doing it right. The only thing about the Amish that I appreciate is their disdain for the mustache. It's the worst part of the facial hair. However, I'm also mad at them because they have really ruined the whaler, which is a look that I wish I could pull off because mustaches suck. I have like zero fucking negative 138 range. But the whaler just immediately makes you look Amish, and then, you know, that's tough. I figured at this point they just bred in that beard gene, the neck beard. They also tend to have an incredibly low beard. They usually shave down the cheek too, to really just give them that full no mustache neck beard look. I had something speed related, but I assume we'll get more. No, it's not weird to grow hair from your neck. I think it's weird to exclude. Not even weird, I just think it's an unfortunate look to exclusively grow hair from your neck and not your face. Or to wear it on your neck and not your face. My fucking beard grows all the way down below my Adam's apple. It's a very good roguelike. It gets compared a lot to Vampire Survivor because of the one room kind of thing and the auto shoot. But it is a very good roguelike. It's got a lot of randomness and cool build variety. But yeah, done on a simple frame. I think they've done a good job of balancing and everything too, though. Good devs from my limited experience with it so far. And I appreciate the combat because that was like a thing that people never seemed to get and maybe like did or just didn't experience on their own. But like to me, Isaac was special because it wasn't so accuracy driven. Like I don't love true twin sticks because I'm not very good at them. In Isaac, there's a lot of just holding in a direction, running around the room, and you get it right, you know. Where the twin stick, I spend like Gungeon, I spend most of my time just missing and going, this sucks. And yeah, Soulstone is like a Diablo version, yeah, which is why I haven't touched that one really. It just doesn't look as exciting to me. I shouldn't give up that much armor, probably. Wave 27. So they added endless mode too. If you hadn't checked the new update, that's what we're doing today. Unlocking characters with endless mode. Or whatever, beating characters. I'm curious to see how it scales. I saw the damage got really devastating. The enemy damage. I feel like they fixed a lot of stability issues in this patch too. Like the audio seems a lot better than it was. Still not perfect with a lot of effects going on. I think the newest characters have been the worst parts of their update. They're just too they're running out of like obvious options and trying to get like more exotic. Or more creative, I guess. And for me, they've missed, but there is still some value in engineering for this character, right? Just not a lot. Smart of you to leave that there at all times. Oh no, not really. That's what I feel on Dark. I like Dark and Darker. I just like it more as a silly multiplayer game to mess around with my friends than I like it as a video game. It's nothing I have any interest in playing by myself or like try-harding. I just would like to laugh with my friends as we get murdered. Which I think that part of the game is probably almost gone already. By the way it sounds every time chat brings it up, it seems like it's gonna get metagames to death and become very serious, which interests me less. Inevitable. It's competitive. It's just competitive. I'm not like faulting the game as much as just that's how competitive gaming do work. I like that I'm just not swapping my weapons around anymore either. I love TFT. I play it a lot offline. That's my go-to when Alice is like on a call with her friend or something. I TFT. Can't do elemental. 100% of elemental is converted to nothing. One max HP when picking up a consumable while maximum health. Max 10 per wave. Sure, bud. More rabbits? Why not? Hey. They're still doing these short play tests, right? Dark and darker. It's very funny to me. They can't be that big of a dev team, right? I don't know anything about them, but judging by the look of the game, they can't be that big of a dev team, right? But it seems very funny to me that it like they seem to be taking their like server tests and game balance like far more serious than big high high dollar competitive games. Oh, okay, okay. That damage is devastating now. That's some huge damage. Yeah, at 129 health. Yeah, one run. Yeah, just have to, it's an endless mode now, so that's just beyond the last wave to get your unlocks, which is cool that they let you get unlocks in endless mode. Wait, did I don't even remember this character. Or I was reading this wrong. I was reading this wrong. There's more to this than I originally read. Nope, I gotta go prune, dude. Gotta. It spawns fruit. And then you make that swap later to explosions. But you have to be at full health to get the bonus. Give me a fruit. Fruit! I'm upset I didn't get a second prune. Prunes should instantly kill trees. It just makes sense. You know? You never cut down a tree with a pruning shear in one hit? Oh, that counts too, the after effect. Interesting. Ooh. I really need more weapons, but ooh. Aw, you fucked me. It's actually kind of annoying to eat fruit when you're full health. Yeah, I don't get how you guys get burned. I've said it for years. I don't get how people get burned with early access. Just buy the game for its current state. You can't get burned. If you get anything extra, it's extra. Oh, EA Company. Oh, yeah. There's that confusing double wordy. The double EA. I missed that fruit. What do you think these fruits taste like? A pawpaw? A prickly pear? I don't know what any of these things are. Green? Ooh. I prefer the flavor blue. Oh, dum dum. Listen, you're making me leave all my bucks laying around. I'll take some damage. Fuck it. Not that much. Oh, I die here. There's too many egg spawns. It's alright, I had really bad shears luck. They're pruners. Hell yeah. Now we're pruning, baby. I guess. Back off. Back off. Back off. I got fruit tea. No, I took damage. Prune me. Yeah, fruit. I mean, it's blue. Dabu D. Yeah, you don't suck those fruit if you're not hurt. So used to not having to walk directly over them. Oh, yeah, baby. Fruit me. Can I see my explosion damage? Yeah, so they added it, right? Secondary? 49%. What's a tier 2 pruner do? Oh, 1 second faster. What wave is it? 6? How many pruner to shredder? What's my pruner to shredder ratio that I want? Great question. tree, no. Hell yeah. Sure. Pruning those spider eggs. Why do they feel surprisingly... I haven't actually read the stats on them, but they feel surprisingly strong. Maybe it's just my shredders hitting. I'm squishy though. Landmines. Wants to buy bigger explosions. Owie, it wasn't watching good. Had fruit vision. Excuse me. Excuse me. Explodey damage? You're not terrible for me, actually. I don't think there's a negative to you. Oh, item price and experience gain, though. I should read better. You're not the worst. I am enjoying it. How you been, Jesus? I feel like it's been a minute, but maybe I'm wrong. I'm chicken sitting right now, so thinking of your turkeys. Fine. This 30 max health is scary. Why no range damage? Because I don't really care about it yet. I don't know what I'm going to end up. Leaving my doors open. My doors? Yep. They're open. I might get the explodey fist. Would be cool. You know? Anonymous, thank you for the gift sub. Yeah, you got the plasma hammer, the explodey fist. There's probably even more weapons I forget about. And maybe even some other new ones that I haven't seen. Seen quite a few new items. I didn't read the notes, that would be weird. Eh. Oh no. Oh no. There's still 12 seconds? Why do these rounds feel so long? Oh no! Oh, a fucking red guy spawned in front of me. The plank? Yeah, the plank isn't consistent explosions though. Neither is plasma hammer. Actually, none of the. I think none of the melee ones are. I don't remember. I think the melee ones tend to always go off because they hit so many enemies at once that like 25% chance when you smack 5 guys is like practically guaranteed. I'm sure it goes up by tier, but it starts at 20. I know plank starts at 25. For 15 bucks. I always do that and then regret it because I just roll into a bunch more of them. See? But like getting that early harvesting going. Did they change harvesting? Because I felt like it went down on me a bunch last round. Maybe I was just taking downs on it. Aw, you fucker. Goes down 10% per level F20. Okay, that's what it was. That's a lot that it goes down. Does it gain then go down? How's that work? I'm confused. So it just completely loses. Oh, okay. Okay. Even crown. Even crown, huh? That's weird. Yep, I knew this would happen to me. Be full of regret and landmines. I hate it. I want prunes, not stupid hand. Don't bother.
Double pruner. I mean, it's just an explosion bonus. You could just do it like with regular exploding weapons and ignore this whole attempt to scale fast. Because killing more might get you more fruit in the long run. But this is funnier. Oh, I took damage. I thought I could sneak in there. I don't think that's anything's elemental there. Maybe I'm wrong though. No. Though the other melee explodey weapons are. The rocket launcher. I hate rocket launcher. It's never been good. I don't believe in it. It's too fucking slow. I don't know why it's so bad. Give me explodey damage. A piggy bank. Fruit. Does that affect those? I don't even know, but it's free. I should really take the HP. I'm gonna. It's only a 5% explosion increase, huh? Wore me out tonight, chat. Damn. On Valentine's Day, just sucked me dry.
These special enemies are big jerks. I'll take them. Me too, honestly. Ow. Okay, okay, shoot me to death. Why don't you, you fucking cowards? With guns. Gun faces. Wow. I don't really care about Little Wandering Bot, but I guess I'll take it. It's free. Oh, it's wave 9, huh? We'll be fine, I'm sure. Yeah, it's super hard to use them as a weapon. I guess until you take damage, then it works fine. They've weaponized the fruit! I will take the health. Luck me. Oh, some fancy rare pruners. More fruit per seconds. Make lemonades. Make these fruit valuable. Dodge. I'm a handsome dodging boy. What is my dodge percent? It's gotta be really low. Five. It's pretty low. I don't remember how this works with explodies, but I take it every time and say that every time. I kind of want a third one. And maybe to cut down on some pruning. don't level a lot. We have reduced experience by like 50% or something, 25. That gives us back normal experience. It's a little late. Glad I grabbed the third gun. It's a new character to me, explosive, yeah. Sure. 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 Hello, Big Bailey. Words are hard. I'm so bad at dodging this attack. And I'm never gonna kill you, huh? You might kill me, though. It's just too chaotic for me. My brain just panics every time the red lines appear. I can't figure out where to move. They're in every damn direction. Oh, mega squish. For free? I hate giving up 4 crit, but I guess. More trees, good. Such aggressive bloopers. Anything that has a big gaping mouth is a blooper. It's just how it works. I don't know how I got through there without taking damage. That was pretty spectacular. No. Maybe? No. These are all rude and jerks. I don't want to give up my only... I got fruit. Fruit heal. I got fruit. Oh wait, this is a boss map though. They pop right out all angry like. Oh no, they don't. Just kidding. Also not a boss. Just a horde, I guess. Shoots a ghost. Groupers? Oh yeah, they get insane. The giant Goliath groupers. It's on my fish list. I just gotta wait till people forget about river monsters so that I can steal his show idea and redo it for a younger generation. My shit list, it's similar, a little different. Oh, 10% attack speed reduces the attack cooldown of your structures. Does that count? Gardens? It's a structure. I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna go with a big yes. Peacock. I ain't afraid of no peacock. I've never died. This is 50% more enemies. I can't imagine how boring this would have been without my peacock. It's a regular cock, no pea. Trees galore. More trees. Enemies have a 20% chance to explode for 50% melee damage when they die. Yoink. That makes this feel way more valuable to me. Oh, you don't think I can read? Oh, okay. Did I read it wrong? It's possible. Unlikely, but possible.
tree. I want my piggy bank money. I'm greedy. Aha, I did it. Power of fruit. Sure. No thanks. No thanks. What? Yeah. Yeah. More trees. I'm getting 185 materials off that? What a deal. I need the fucking luck-based material pickup one. I don't think I have that one. I have the other one, don't I? I ran into that ball. $394 explosive damage? That's a bit. Explosive turret. Another metal detector. It does exist. That turret's hitting for 200 damage? Sure, that affects Rip Torn or whatever. All of a sudden, I'm just gonna get all the metal detectors on wave 20. Oh, you're stuck in my fruit gardens. I should intentionally not kill them that fast so I can get my extra fruities. Oh, now I took damage. Now I took too much damage. Full of regret. Oh, it still times it out on endless mode. Okay. That's right. I knew that. I'm smart. How many fruit? I'm pretty slow. I just like to stats go up down. That's a 36 damage turret, sure. Sure. Stats go up down. Sure. %, chance to deal 182 damage to an enemy when you dodge their attack. That's a bit when I dodge. I gotta dodge though. No. Well. No. Sure. Sure. My crits. Sure. Sure. That was a lot of items to choose from. The nuke. The question is, what do I want to trade out here? Do I want to give up a pruner? They're pretty prune-tastic. I don't think I do. I mean, you're fine, but I don't want to spend that kind of money on you. Oh my god, I'm so fast now. It's weird.
Oh, I took damage. Wah. The fruit's still sitting there. You know what? I'm good on that, actually. Rip Tear does good enough. We'll get it elsewhere. Hey, Johnny, how you doing? 200 damage landmines? Yeah, they're out there living. Or dying. Whatever landmines do. Living their best life until they die. Real YOLO mentality landmines got. Well, thank you, Johnny. I understand. We've all gotten old and... I try to mix in the occasional day stream when I got child activities. I'm not making any fucking money. What the hell? HP regeneration is doubled when you have less than 50% health. 3 HP regeneration. Why not? Sure, turret. That's 1,000 damage, huh? It's a pretty strong melee weapon. But do I want it? It's not wait, is it explosive? It still doesn't, they didn't add a tag to it. I don't know what its type is. Does it not have one? Yeah, no, I mean these bonuses. Because I get 10% explosion size from the shredder, which matters, IMO. I'm gonna let it go. I got lots of things to see. I think it was bugged and had a type, but I might be wrong. Yeah, I think it just doesn't display properly because of the size of the text. I'm surprised they didn't address that. I tried to hover, but I didn't see it. Hard to know where to hover when you can't see the text, I guess. Flashy. The size of those fruit explosions is pretty serious. But why do I make no money?
3 HP at the end of a wave, 1 HP regeneration at the end of a wave, 1 life steal at the end of a wave. What the fuck? I need armor pretty bad. I don't think speed makes dodging easier for me. Beyond this, any more than this, I'm just a fucking chaos-fueled machine. Majority of my wins are negative speed. That's my comfort zone. Slow old man speed. Sure, I'll try it. Not yet. Definitely. Owie. The fruit bomb was real. It just melted them. Got a little fruit stack going and watch bosses fall over dead. Do I take harvesting? Does it go negative? Listen, I don't want it to go negative on me. I guess in a long enough timeline that coupon would have paid out, but like I don't think I'm gonna live that long. To buy more explosion size. I don't want it, thank you. Sure. Gonna need some range maybe now. wish I could get more of the passive flower beds. I don't know if you can or not. Don't tell me. Didn't pay attention if it was unique. Doesn't seem like something that would be. Hey, finally. Oh my god, 57 fucking damage? Holy shit. I feel like I just didn't dodge there either. That was only 35%. That's fair, I guess. Oh. The last care, Jack. 50% damage against bosses and elites. 200% materials drop from enemies. Minus 75% enemies. 250% enemy health. 50% enemy damage. I hate you, Jack. I hate you. I am going to make myself some breakfast before Alice gets up for school. And maybe her some breakfast, because, you know, that's what parents do. But thank you all for being here. It was a lovely night. You were incredibly generous, and I appreciate each and every one of you. I had fun. I got worn out. That's a good sign. I'll be back tomorrow night. Alice goes back to her mom's tonight, so yeah, I might be back early too. We'll see. And we'll do stuff, games. Have a lovely time.